on this better and worth the money kind of thing. Like it was, to me, it was a good system that became notably better and worth the money kind of thing. Like it was, to me, it was a good system that became notably better and worth the money kind of thing. Like it was, to me, it was a good system that became notably better and worth the money and a half kind of thing. Like it was, to me, it was a good system that became notably better and worth the money. So
worth the money. That's the question. Worth the money. You know, you buy these speakers, home theater, allegedly Atmos, and you know, everyone knows that all these sounds and speakers and such are decoded, unwrapped away from the primary channels in the system. It's how creative are how creative is the director, the producer, the mixers? Do they give them these directors any opinions of like maybe consider this, you know? But you know, when you get these movies and such with airplanes flying, you know, overhead sort of thing, I guess if I listen very carefully a little bit more, which is what I usually do, I listen, I'll probably notice maybe a certain sound of the signature of the airplane and think, that sounds like I've heard it in another movie, you know, because it's just something they pluck out of the database, and then just throw it up on the mixing consoles, you know, because everything is linked to a database now, all Pro Tools and such, so they can just think, oh yeah, let's try this. There's a bundle of airplane sounds, and they all got different categories, you know, with the way they, you know, and the mixers are like, look at that and they'll think, yeah, I know that angle or this or whatever. And they'll select it, they'll try it, see if it works, yeah, see if it fits in, see if the director or the producers like it. And then they'll just go with it. You know, there's lots of recordings that, you know, airplanes, and they see, you know, so some sound good, but you know, some probably been used several times, you know, and someone's going to notice, yeah, and the kind of the sound and the duration time. And you usually see it in these rubbish movies, you know, oh dear. It just typically doesn't sound realistic. It sounds synthetic. It sounds very plastic, you know, and the real thing in the real world is, you know, aluminium fuselage, engines on it, bloody hell, etc., etc. I'm not too sure, but I think maybe it's very hard to say whether overcast cloud can maybe change a slight characteristic in the sound. I know it's vapor and such, but you know, today, you know, we're waiting for a bus across the road, and there are two houses or two buildings, and they're like that, and there's a narrow gap where I can hear some sound, and I know that, you know, sound is coming from up to a certain point and coming down at a diagonal angle, and it's reflecting and then reflecting onto the other parallel surface of the you know, two blocks of flats. An aircraft's commercial airliners, and sometimes small prop airplanes, fly around, but mostly the airplanes usually you can usually a trained ear or trained intelligent person can always tell which way the aircraft is taking off when you hear the roaring sound, and you could tell that, oh yeah, the airplane is going in the opposite direction. It's heading heading easterly direction. And then the other time you hear an airplane and you hear the whining sound, that sound, and you can tell it's heading easterly direction because of the engine noise. It has a different sound at the front and has a different sound at the aft or the rear of the aircraft. And it's a very slow, even though it's going fast. But when you typically, you hear an airplane, a jet airplane, you're looking at a duration of maybe a couple of minutes. But when you hear it in these crappy movies, it's just a few seconds, and you think, well, what was the bloody point of that? I want to be entertained with this blimmin' atmos. Not flipping like it's like giving a few little bloody sweeties to a kiddie. Honestly, really, it takes the piss, and people, or well, you think the dub stage, the studios, they invested in this money. And you got these crappy re-recording mixers, and they just do a few mere seconds. Oh, and the thing is, it doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound realistic. Speakers like in the thumbnail that I shown, where those speakers on that ceiling look like SVS speakers. Personally, I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. I wouldn't touch these Perline or Purslane speakers, or whatever the bloody hell they're called on Audioholics. I wouldn't touch those with a barge pole. Why wouldn't I want to touch them with a barge pole? One, they're just a bit home theatre snobby, a little bit expensive, and you could just go on eBay and look for some JBL 83 series. There's quite a bundle of 83 series, and they're pretty cheap. They're nicely designed components that have been selected for and they work just great. If I had a bigger room, I'd probably have the 83 series, the 8330As. I'd probably have them flush mounted into the ceiling, even though they got a wedged angle. I'd have it so that they fit flat into the ceiling. Or there's an alternative, in design. Maybe just get the components itself and just design the ceiling totally different, and not just go with this typical Atmos Dolby Labs specification layout, which is pretty lame. I mean, typically 4 to 6 speakers, which is average on most systems in a home. Some very rare might be going with maybe 10 speakers on the ceiling, but that's very few far between. I'm using 9 on the ceiling. It's a bit of an odd number. But it works. But am I totally satisfied? Well, not with most of the Atmos mixes. I'm not totally satisfied. You know, the Atmos is just a mixing to encoding, decoding, delivery sound format that's packaged into an Atmos, and then it's unwrapped, decoded, blah blah blah, and then you could do whatever you want with it. You can abuse it, use it, and pet it and care for it. Oh God, really, bloody hell. Oh, but anyway, getting about airplanes and how they, you know, how things work in reality. You know, speakers, when you look at them, like they're just typically facing down. So if you got I've got an airplane over there, which I could use for an example, a 747 miniature plane. Well, I've got an SR-71. Anyway, let me just try to use something else for an example. I mean, you get the idea. Let's go a bit larger on the screen. Yeah, boom. So say if that was an, you know, that little bit there, you know, that's the engine at the aft, and that's the object, and that's, you know, and when the object is moving, you know, and if it's going up and then it turns that way, you know, then the engine thrust is going to be more, you know, but it's not at our ground level. It's hundreds of feet up, and it's climbing, and it's constantly climbing, ascending up, and it's gradually yaw and roll and such, you know, to change its course heading, and that's going to give a lot of change in sound. And it's not just bloody speakers overhead. It's speakers that are a little bit lower down, because you get reflections on buildings, and they're just going to reflect sound. And there's a lot of these crappy, that Top Gun Maverick, that is a load of rubbish. It is an overrated crap movie, crap sound mixing. It is completely overrated. God, I mean, I swear, I think some of the sounds must be plucked out from bloody other usage of maybe movies. I think they may have recorded some, you know, that might be uniquely for the use of the rubbish movie. Totally unnecessary movie, you know, because it's like all these woke movies they make now. You know, something that was cult popular back in the 1980s, and then what? Nearly 30 plus years later, they want to do a sequel. They just don't work very well, you know. If they had made that maybe a few years after its success, yeah. But what are they going? What's their next goal in propaganda? Because that's what Top Gun is. It's propaganda, and in Top Gun 2, more propaganda. You know, sometimes when you hear something, you think it's overhead, and you got buildings around and near you, you get hair reflection, and it tricks and fools you. Even me as a trained listener, and I think, but I just look around and think, yeah, there's a building there, but that sound's got to be, you know, it's way up there, and the sound is radiating out in all directions, and then coming down and then reflecting on buildings. But mixers don't take any of that in, or at least Dolby Labs and their Atmos. They don't take any of that into consideration because they market Atmos as like, oh, it's hair feel every dimension. What a load of bullshit. That's just a marketing tactic to scam and con people into. And I'm wondering what mixers might be thinking. Yeah, they probably synchronized that marketing bullshit. But really, generally, you don't need to spend a lot of money on speakers that are just used for overhead. What about below surround? Yeah, When's that ever going to happen? Discrete below surround, and it's got to be an array. And the overheads, as they are, that's got to be an array. It can't have gaps. But then you might as well just have a real speaker, that can actually. Well, maybe you get drones and put little speakers on a drone, but they'd be very limited in frequency response because you can't put anything too heavy on a drone, depending on what type of drone it is. You want one of those little miniature drones. Well, you might as well listen to you're going to hear those noise blades going bloody flying around your bloody room. Oh, for crying out, for Pete's sakes. Because, you take a typical speaker, say that's a speaker, boom, boom, boom there, and it's facing that way, and then you angle and turn the speaker, and the high frequency, middle frequency range, it's going to constantly change. You'd hear the bass on it because the bass is going to be omnidirectional. But it's all this direction. I mean, do you need a lot of directional sound on? Because there's not really a lot of high frequency detail that I usually hear on an airplane or an airliner. And the way it is within the nature of the world and moving around, nah, I've not heard anything on an Atmos mix that sounds very convincing enough to think, bloody hell, it sounds like a freaking airplane's moving around in my room. I know it's not, but you got to monitor and how things are in the real world, and you got to capture that very carefully, or it's got to be engineered with some other technique to create a psychoacoustic that sounds like a flipping air. But the typical layout of Atmos speakers, their stupid speaker layout is absolutely pathetic. Most people probably can't even remember or heard of something that was called sonic whole overhead sound, and there was an artist's illustration that showed the layout of the speakers. There was no actual photos that I've seen or any video of We Were Soldiers being premiered at some cinema. I don't know where. I could Google that up, but I'll probably find out where it was, where they only used allegedly, they said, a special film mix print. But what about the dub stage? Did they do the exact same, because you got to mirror the sound so that, when it goes from dub stage over to a cinema, it should be more or less similar. It's not going to be it's not going to be a spot on duplicate. That's impossible because each design of the volume size of the theater rooms are completely different. Seating, flooring, design, what type of floor, and so on, everything. But this video sponsored by Max. Max Factor, the Pepsi of a new generation. Yeah. What they're doing here on audio, they're just selling. They're just trying to sell shit that you don't need to go out and buy. You just go on eBay and you just look for some, But most people, home theater wise, they're probably, I would say the average are probably in their 30s, and they haven't got much clue. They just hang around on AVS forum, and that's probably the worst place you're going to hang out on and get all this bullshit information. But they don't think like, bloody hell, you know, I was at a cinema recently, blah, 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 it had these speakers. But you look at them and you think, well, they're just like ordinary speakers that they would sometimes use in a PA. Well, they are PA, they're public address speakers. But you look at them and you think, oh, yeah, there's that, the shape, that. But most people will probably buy that. You don't have to. A speaker is a speaker, as long as it's got a good frequency response and power handling, etc., for dynamic range. The JBL 83 series they're bundles of them, often on eBay, and they are very cheap. And that's commercial speakers that are used in cinemas, dub stages, but they probably don't use them they probably don't use the 83s, even though you can. And they'll give a satisfactory sound. If they did satisfactory blooming wow sound back in the days of flipping the 80s and 90s for THX sound system, and they should be more than good enough. And of course, the other thing is with the what most people don't probably do in their home theaters is use additional subs that's only specifically for the surrounds and the overheads, where you just put some crossover filters electronically onto the processor, and then it goes into the sub just to give a little bit more lower end extension. But problem there is it's not going to sound realistic. I mean, I was at Fish and Chips yesterday at Chaz Fred, and though the speech modulation in the restaurant is pretty loud, and sometimes I'm getting to a point where, you know, I've got to remember to take my earplugs because it gets a little disorientating. You know, it's a little bit bloody louder than probably listening to a bloody movie soundtrack with a restaurant scene. A restaurant scene in a movie soundtrack is not going to sound anything like the real thing. It's going to be dialogue, two spunking actors, bam it in the bloody center channel, bloody crystal clear, bloody loud, and then the sound of everything else in that mix sounds like it's across the road. It doesn't even sound like it's within the environment of the scene. It sounds like it's outside. Oh, I can't stand mixes like that because I want to hear something that's like, well, I've got to strain or try and struggle to, you know, because that is how it is in real life. Sometimes you'd often say, could you repeat that again? Because the way sounds are reflecting and moving in a real environment. But movies, they got to make it so fucking perfect. I think the recording on my phone, because I listened to it on the laptop, and it was okay, but I got to listen to it on the my system, because there was a low frequency that I think was coming from the extractor fan in the restaurant, and it had a kind of circulation source appearance, very, very subtle, but had a kind of movement in it, and it was over to my left side where they got all the where they could do all the frying. It lasted a couple of minutes, but I would say the frequency was probably below 40 hertz, somewhere between 30 and 40 hertz, because I could just tell by the pitch of the low frequency. And so when I play the video, I'll put it up on the THX monitor, go through the RTA analyzer, and I'll be able to pinpoint the frequency. As well as all the rest of the modulation of the sound of everyone talking in the restaurant. You know, some voices you would hear and some voices you won't because of the frequency masking effect. and it's very reflective. So if that was in an Atmos mix, okay, it would have sound along the primary channels and on kind of overhead. It would just be a cacophony of noise because the ceilings in the restaurant is reflective. The floor is reflective. Everything is. There's hardly any carpet on the wall, you know, around. So it's just reflection. And usually that doubles sound frequency. If it was dampened, you know, and then it takes something that's that loud and then reduces it. It's just simple physics. You don't have to be a bullshit Matthew Poe's blooming acoustic guy that wants to go around and do your home theaters. It's just asking for a lot of that, really, and you get very little result. And like, bloody hell, is that it? I pay you all that, and you only do a few days, and crikey. Most people don't even earn that in a pay wage salary for a bloody flipping beef burgers at a bloody Burger King. Daylight robbery. And, you know, you think, bloody hell, I didn't exactly see much blimmin' hard labour work going on. You know, you want, you know, it's why it's probably easier to try. Most people, home theatres, don't care to get too technical. They just think they want a system just so that they can show it off to their friends, their family, or to the internet. And there are very few that, like myself, that are technical and then think, but I don't quite to understand that, but I think I'll put a bit of, you know, time into thinking how it works, and then, oh, I get it. I think I could do this myself. And you save yourself time. But with my health at the moment, pisses me off. I can't, you know, I get moving around on my legs after so long and such. I get strain in my legs, and I just either I got to sit down or I got to come back to the bed and lay down. And most of the time percentage now is probably in the bed, laying on the bed, depending on the summertime. In the winter, I'm going to be under the covers. But I used to be in my THX cinema like that. Now it's something like that, because most times I just don't have the energy to even sit in the seat. You know, I get some days where I'm okay, and then some days I'm just 2 thumbs down. Well, here we go, 2 thumbs. 2 thumbs. But it's night time now. I'm just relaxing. Had a nice fish and chips last night. Wow. Knocked my socks off, it did. You know, it's way better than Dolby Atmos. Yeah, that is sponsored by Pepsi, the max of a generation of Yeah, I need to do videos sometimes. Like, I need to breathe, just the same as Gene DeSella needs to do videos, just to try and sell products through, you know, and give good reviews and all that. And the video is rather boring. There's nothing technical in it. It's just talking about what there's no, there's nothing technical going on. I don't know why Gene DeSello wears a bloody NASA t-shirt sometimes, because, you go to the NASA's site and you got bundles of videos, technical stuff, Some of it looks pretty shameless, but, I don't think anyone would like. I mean, blasting bloody rockets off in somewhere, where they call it, Virginia. Where is it? They blast those bloody things up. I don't think the nature around anywhere miles around appreciates that ruckus. Just so that man's ego wants to get off the bloody ground into low Earth orbit. They're probably all there thinking, laughing their asses off, the birds and that, thinking, well, if God intended man to fly it, giving them wings, and yet nature itself with wings is so quiet, and yet with man and machinery, it's just fucking a ruckus of noise. I got a rather high intelligence on my IQ, so that's how shit I know about. I know that we ain't going anywhere in the solar system, period. Our lifespan is too short. So anyway, I'll get back to the boring atmos, because it is boring. There's some mixes that sound okay. I think gravity now, in some way, I think gravity sucks. Why does it suck? With its atmos speakering, mixing and so forth. Why does it suck? Well, I can hear some channels sometimes. I think I can't remember which ones. Might be along the sidewalls, the pan through sort of things, And sometimes you hear these sounds that kind of come in and fade out, because they're moving the slider up on the mixing console up and down and hitting the mute button or something, or it's all being pre-done and then it electronically then does it. I just hear these sounds, and it sounds so artificial. I mean, I wouldn't hear shit like that in real life. It just would never happen. Period. And why is the excuse of it in a bloody movie? When you got all the others, the whole sounds playing, you wouldn't really give it much thought for a moment. But when you start muting all the other channels and then monitoring the other channels, thinking, what's going on with this? You think, there's not much going on. And what's going on with the front wide channels? Well, front wide is rubbish. I think what most people think with front wide, because that's what I was listening to yesterday. I was listening to something that sounded like a front wide, because I could hear sounds sort of like, everything that's moving around while I'm waiting at a bus stop, and I could hear some sounds that seemed like over to my left, over to my right, very far distant sort of things, objects of people on certain bikes or whatever, electric ones, and they make these audible sounds. And I got other sounds that are that seem more like somewhere in front of me, but it all seems seamless, constant, seamless, uniform. But when you hear it in these trashy, probably dubbing stages, that's where they created it at, and then it goes out to the trashy cinema, to the trashy home. If you played that sort of thing outdoors with the speakers laid out and overhead, so you get the truss, you get the speakers raised up. Oh yeah, and you can raise it up as high as you want. the higher you take it, you got to give it a little bit more amplified power because frequency changes and SPL level changes, etc. But the one thing is, if it's on a truss, why not point the speak? Also, so you got speakers that are pointing down, and then have the same ones again, but they're pointing upward. And then you can turn the ones that are pointing, and the ones that are pointing down, you can turn them off, and then listen to the ones that are pointing upward. To listen to the characteristic of the set, because outdoors, the ceiling height is like, oh gosh, what is it, 26 miles? Something like 26 miles until you get to outer space, where there's absolute, it's cold, it's freezing, and there's sound is not going to move because it will just come to a halt because there's nothing there for it to carry. Yeah. So you got this ceiling height. You don't get that on dubbing stages, homes and cinemas and all that. You don't get any of that. There's a ceiling above, and that's giving us some restriction, and it's going to do certain things to the characteristics of the frequency response to this BSing atmos. I just say, just get a little bit more savvy and a little bit wiser, and don't give in to too much of the bullshit. Because I thought that's what Audioholics is about. They got this motto thing at the bloody start of their video: no bullshit, or no snake oil, no, and all this bullshit. Personally, I think these two guys in the beard, they're just a little bit. They're just like everyone now, bit snobby. Yeah, fuck it. I just realised I need to get out. I'm gonna have to go out on my bike. I don't do very well cycling much now, fuck's sakes. But I'm just going to need my hair trimmed a little bit, unless I want to try it with clippers and save myself a little bit of money, because a fucking haircut today. Whew, blimey. Yeah. You think when you go to another planet, they're not going to have hairdressers there, NASA astronauts will have to train themselves to be doctors, medical, etc., because they're going to need something like that, and barbers, so they can, because you either do your hair like a bloody typical, like a crew cut, and it just gives the person, the individual, I don't know, it just doesn't, it just makes them look brutal, especially when they're Navy pilots and they go to other planets. And anyway, I'm going into a ramble now. I'm going to go back to this atmos crap. Oh, fucking hell. Because my mind is just thinking about everything else going on in this world. It's very difficult for me to stay focused on things, but Audioholics are just bullshitting more. They're just trying to sell bloody speakers, for crying out loud, on that video. Yeah, I'll just play it again. Where is it?
So why did you go with in-ceiling speakers as opposed to putting a speaker on the ceiling and pointing it towards the listening area? Because we see a lot of people doing that in their own home theaters.
Yeah, it's all
I'll go back.
worth the money.
So why did you go with in-ceiling speakers as opposed to putting a speaker on the ceiling and pointing it towards the listening area? Because we see a lot of people doing that in their own home theaters.
Yeah.
And the way he goes, Matthew goes, yeah. But haven't you noticed that's what they're doing on dubbing stages? Cinemas. They're not very observant now, are they, Audioholics? I do it in my room. In ceiling versus a speaker slightly outside of the ceiling by several inches. Yes, the difference with in ceiling providing. Well, I wouldn't actually go with in ceiling speakers. I would just go with a proper speaker that's in an enclosure. But then even that's a lot of technical, you got to do this tech stuff starting from ground up, because how the characteristics of the bass radiating in an enclosed speaker box that's flush fitted into the ceiling, and how it's going to, but then thinking about that, maybe you want the bass to be uniform as and do as good as it can possibly can. So you wouldn't need the use of, yeah, there's a lot of, when I just think of nature or man-made objects, airplanes flying around, the bass they produce, a jet airliner, etc., when it's it's up in the air, you don't feel it. You hear the sound, period. It's got and you can monitor it on RTA, REM, room EQ, which you can monitor it on the bloody RTA analyzer or true RTA, I don't care, or Spectrum Lab, and you monitor the frequency response, and you think, it's doing that frequency response, regardless, but I can't feel it. But if you want to feel it, you can get a large piece of cardboard, hold it against your chest, and then guess what? If it acts, you feel just a little bit of the mechanical airborne vibration. Or you can look around you and you see a car or something, and if you put your hand on the vehicle, you might feel some mechanical vibration sound that's coming, because it's acting like a diaphragm. When it gets to us, we're made up of a substance of skin and so much percentage of water. And it takes certain frequencies at a certain amplitude of SPL where sometimes we could just actually feel it. And that's very few and far between compared to everything that normally we hear on a daily basis. Unless, of course, you're traveling around in a vehicle and such, where you would hear the acoustical sound inside, you would feel the mechanical side. But a lot of people with home theaters just don't get it. I don't even think dubbing mixers even get it themselves. They just put all this absurd, stupid bass into the bloody mix, and then it just doesn't make sense, because they just basically Atmos is crap. It doesn't have enough channel count for mixing encoding to create a psychoacoustic illusion, and it's just cutting corners. And they market the bloody thing like it's bloody hell high-end endgame sort of shit. And yeah, it is technically flawed. Yeah, it's not like they come out with a Mark II or Mark III bloody Atmos. It's still the same bloody shit, and they say, oh, it's got this bloody speaker count. But you know what? They're just going to use the same fucking speaker count just to go along the bloody sidewalls again. Bloody hell. And what? Just the same boring layout on the bloody ceiling. No originality. Oh, it's just a load of old farts in the SEMPTI and the CES and the AES. They're a little bit stale like bread, they're outdated. They need to go over there and bloody retire and let some new breed come in and see it, put it right. But years ago, they were just trying to think what to do with all this bloody shit. Years ago, most people probably can't remember Atmos, Dolby True or such. I think it had a channel count of 16 or something, or capability. And that's going back over 10 years. Most people probably bloody can't even remember that shit now. And I was sort of thinking, oh, wow, that's interesting. That's why I kind of got a little bit, that's why I suppose partly one reason why I bought the bloody Blu-ray player years ago. And then after a while, then realised it's a bit of a scam. And there's not much change in the dreadful bloody picture quality and the and these bloody near-field mixes. Honestly. Yeah, just realised it was just bullshit. Just to lure you in. It's easy to take all these speaker count numbers and then just reconfigure it. So it has below surround capability in floor speakers. Because you don't really want speakers, even small modules, laying on the floor. You just want it so it's flush. A room would have to be specifically designed so that speakers are in floor, in ceiling, in wall. But what about the fronts? I don't like home theater speakers. They look cheap, tacky. They're like only fucking designed for bloody these fucking near field mixes. But you put a theatrical mix to it, and it's like fucking hell. I've got to change these speakers out because they're just not handling the dynamic range. They're just going to break. All that, or you just play it at a lesser level. Or you put some audio limiting on it, or you do some adjustment. You don't have to have a fucking near field mix created. It's totally unnecessary. It's just another waste of time, of electricity, mixing the fucking thing on a dub stage when it's already been done and it's been approved. And even though it's not perfect, maybe some might be, depending on the scheduled time they got on for mixing and the budget, until it runs out and they can't afford any more to spend on a dub stage, and they got to get that film out into the distribution for cinemas. Otherwise, if it's late, the theatre owners sue the fucking cinemas, or they give them a red flag. They sue the studios, or give them a red flag for the film not arriving on time, I believe. Yeah, I didn't know they did shit like that, So if a film is late, it's behind schedule by a couple of weeks, the studio they get slammed with a fine or something. Fucking hell. Can you imagine that? Especially with these wokey movies, Marvel's, DC, bloody hell. God. Oh yeah. So if you had speakers all parallel, in floor, in ceiling, it is feasibly possible to mix. Because I did music and technology 20 years ago at college. I didn't care for music much, but I just wanted to mess around with sound effects and such. I know how it works on a mixing computer to a console thing that you have in front on the screen, and you just using sliders, EQs, pan pots, etc. effects, blah 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 blah, just to basically take something that's a recorded sound that's a-okay sort of thing, and then just manipulating it into a fabricated soundtrack. And that is a lot more to it. You got to create the illusion that to trick and fool even the most high-end game listener and thinking, Fucking hell, I need an umbrella. Don't open an umbrella indoors. Oh my goodness gracious, that's bad luck. But you got to have that, like, how the fuck did they do this? You know, because every Atmos mix I've heard that's got rain sound effect, it doesn't even sound convincing. It sounds crap. They got sound going around bizarre in on the overheads, like in the middle, or you know, rain when it's coming down is completely fucking uniform. Whether you, regardless whether you hear it above you directly or it's right in front of you, many meters away, where it would be pretty quiet. It depends. When it's a downfall and how it sounds, and you're walking through it or running through it, it stays constant, doesn't change much in timbre, unless of course there's buildings all around and you get different sounds in reflections and such, if it's a real downpour of rain. But you don't have to be an acoustic technician bullshit like on bloody and BS the public. Just common sense of just listening and observing and then thinking that's how it is. But in a mix, I don't hear anything like that. It's the total opposite. You know, rain is not landing on the ground surface. I'm not hearing any of that sound, and I'm thinking this is incomplete. This is, you know, but real, you know, that's just a recording. But how do you do a recording? How many sort of speakers? What we go for? Coaxial speakers. So you got the bass driver, the bass, and you know, the bass driver. Eventually, the frequency response rolls off, and it can't, you know, much produce any more high. You could maybe stretch or tweak the bloody speaker a little bit, but it will eventually just drop off, and you need a tweeter thing there to take over and produce the rest of the frequency response. In nature itself, there are no speakers, there are no crossovers, there are no amplifiers, none of this endgame bullshit. Nature is untouchable. You can't really duplicate it. It's feasibly impossible. You can get something like what's called an approximation, and that is about as near as you can ever get. But it will never be the real thing. At least with the technology that's going around now. And technology, I think, is just going to be we could either just throw it away, disregard it, or, you know, for entertainment use or whatever else, unless, of course, it's technology medical for a benefit, you know, for animals. Animals come first and then humans last, since we did come onto the planet somehow. Maybe aliens, maybe a piece of sludge moving around in a river, and we just came from that. Or maybe, who knows? No one knows. It's just speculation. That's all it'll ever be. Missing link? Yeah, maybe I am. Maybe I'm the freaking missing link. God, I think it's Stay Hydro. Yeah, it's just let's play a little bit more of this video, because it is really selling some shit.
It's all about balancing some of the problems you have. There's no such thing as an uncompromised theater. So you have to take the compromises you're making and figure out how to balance them to minimize the negatives. So the argument for the box speaker is that in general, and this has been true in the past, you can get better box speakers than you can get in-ceiling speakers. So let's just be very honest. Most in-ceiling speakers suck.
Yeah.
You've had lots than you can get in-ceiling speakers. So let's just be very honest. Most in-ceiling speakers suck.
Yeah.
Better box speakers than you can get in-ceiling speakers. So let's just be very honest. Most in-ceiling speakers suck.
Yeah.
Better box speakers than you can get in-ceiling speakers. So let's just be very honest. Most in-ceiling speakers suck.
Yeah.
You've had lots of in-ceiling speakers over the years.
Yeah.
Most of them are not even remotely comparable to the quality of the box speakers you get.
Especially when they don't have back boxes of their own to control their acoustic properties.
And the drivers are often of a lesser quality, and the crossovers are made smaller to fit in that tiny little in-ceiling. So drivers are often of a lesser quality, and the crossovers are made smaller to fit in that tiny little in-ceiling. So lots of problems with those. So that's a fair statement. The other thing is that you can aim them. So a lot of people made a really big deal about how you need to aim your Atmos speakers, your top.
Oh, for goodness gracious, for Pete's sakes, aiming speakers. You know how easy that shit is. You just get an ordinary speaker. You can fit it on the ceiling. It's got a mount on a bracket. You just get someone. You sit at the seating. You go round and sit at the seating, or generally you could do it. Well, you could do it you could do it yourself. All you need is a microphone, some microphones all set up around the seating. And what you do there is when you're on a step ladder with the speaker, and then you play the pink noise, yeah. And then you got a computer screen that you can still visually see. So it's at where the seating is, the computer screen, so you can see this, and then you just angle the speaker, and then you just observe the RTA response, and it's going to go down like that, and then it's going to go up, and then you move the speaker pointing a little bit too angled, going up towards the ceiling, and then the frequency response will probably will dip down again because it's not exactly aiming. You disconnect the tweeter on that speaker, and then you just see some of that frequency response boom, dropping off. It disappears because there's no tweeter there to, and same with the mid-range. You disconnect or you use a crossover thing on the DSP, set it at 6 dB octave roll-off, or maybe 12 or 18, 24, 48. And then you dial in the frequency back, and then you're looking at the RTA response, and then suddenly that high end just completely, it goes off like that, and you just don't notice the top end. It's simple. It's taken me a few years to learn this shit, but I'll just say it in just a few moments. And that's how it is. No if, no but, no debate. There's no voting on it. That's how it is. But really, oh dear, you got to aim the bloody, So if you're going to get rain sound effects, you're going to get a pointless speaker at you, and it's going to be like, that's not how rain works. Rain just completely comes down vertical, unless of course it's blustery with wind. And those raindrops that are coming down vertical are just going to go slightly diagonal. That's just how nature works, But do you hear those rain? Unless of course you got a major setup for analysing the observation of the whole damn thing. Oh boy, you could probably easily do that with water, with a hose and placed up high, and put it on a spray effect, so it goes out kind of uniform, and then just mess around with, get a big gigantic wind thing, and then you can watch how it's coming down. And then you blow some, and then you just observe it going then slightly diagonal because it's been pushed. It's just like anything. It's a substance, it's got a certain weight to it, and if there's a certain amount of wind speed, it's just going to push it into the opposite direction. We see it all the time, but we don't give much thought to it. Yeah, so bloody angling speakers. So that's not how it works, Matthew Pose. You go into a supermarket, there have been speakers suspended on the ceiling in supermarkets for decades. Or you go to an airport or train station, anywhere where they have speakers because they're PA, that's public announcement. You know, that sort of thing's been around. But people today with Atmos and all, they try to make out the whole bloody thing is bloody brand new. Get over it, everybody. Please get over it. Atmos, to me, is an outdated sound format thing now. It's getting close to 15 years that's been around for. Get over it. You know? No one cares about Atmos music mixes because most people haven't even got a sense on how to creatively create music. You know, it's just sometimes just taking certain things and just elements and just putting it up on the bloody ceiling without any sort of creative movement or harmony effects, where other music down at this level is panning and certain elements. So it seems like taking an elastic band and stretching it with, or taking a color or water painting, and you got a brush in it across the canvas, where it's thicker at one point and then gradually it gets thin because it's the water on the brush is running out, and it gives this thickness, and then it's the same with every time when you look at Spectrum Lab multicolor version, all color, and you see the tone colors thick red or pink, and then it just fades down. You can observe that with real world sound with Spectrum Lab, and how sounds like moving closer and then moving away or fading out slightly. I don't hear any of that in this crappy Atmos music. I've only got one crappy Atmos thing, and it's Pink Floyd. He's overrated and it sounds crap. I thought, bloody hell, I thought I was in for a real bloody cosmos bloody music thing, but it just turned out to be boring. Especially when it's got no bass around. I'm thinking, bloody hell, all this overhead is just marketing bullshit. I mean, oh, my cat Mel's in the house. What are you up to, Mel? Oh yeah, let's play some more of this bloody. This is entertaining.
Towards the listening position to get that sense of envelopment. So I'll just say aiming doesn't affect envelopment really at all. That's not.
Yeah, envelopment. Envelopment. What are they talking about? What bloody crack cocaine are they taking in Florida today? Go on now. Go on. Go on. What bloody crack cocaine are they smoking down there in Florida?
It's not its purpose. Its real purpose actually is SPL consistency across the seats and frequency response.
That's total bullshit. That's total bullshit what he's just said there.
response consistency. Its real purpose actually is SPL consistency across the seats. Well, that's not its purpose. Its real purpose actually is SPL consistency across the seats.
Yeah, consistency, SPL, that's total bullshit. Since music or movies, the frequency response is continuously modulating. It's going up and down, up and down, up and down. It's never constant. It's always changing. Listen to, some of these crappy mixes, and it's where I hear sounds on the overheads, and I'm thinking, someone like myself, he was figuring out how to put an additional matrix decoder on the overheads. So when sounds are going along the length of the room, going from that speaker at the back to the middle and to the front, and putting an additional decoder. But I think with his finding or his results, they weren't very good, because the way some of the sound kind of doesn't have a proper center phantom signal, and most times it's just going to be probably a bit of a fuzzy sound going into the other extra additional speaker, unlike when it's going maybe stereo, the height 1, 2, 3, and it's going across way, anyway, there are some film mixes where some sound does pan from and goes along. I've noticed that in, that rubbish Alien. Thank goodness he doesn't do that rubbish anymore. Ridley Scott. God, those movies were completely woke. Totally out of place with the bloody continuity on the visual. Didn't even match in with everything else, because it's all this CGI graphic. It's got to be this, that fucking shit today. And it doesn't fit in with all the other past Alien movies. It's completely out of place. Anyway, there is that, what fucking movie was it? Covenant, or was it Prometheus? No, Covenant. Yeah, you got this alien spaceship scene where you hear it panning, moving across. I think it's over on the right side. It goes from the right back to the middle to the front, and then onto the screen, and then onto the screen channels. So it's panning. So it would go from one speaker. It would go from one speaker to the next and to the next. And if you put a decoders, matrix decoder, it could jump into the next speaker, but it's only going to be brief for a few seconds. But that's how things are in real life. Things move, but there are still gaps in the sound in the ceiling, or the speakers in the, there are still gaps. Sound, it's like an object. It completely smoothly moves. It's not going like one bit there and then suddenly jump into the next speaker and then jump into the next speaker. We don't hear that shit in real life. It moves continuously smoothly across. So it's like having, a lot of speakers, a shitload on the ceiling, as well as the floor, the side walls, even behind the screen speakers. They're so out of place with behind the times. They are outdated. 3 screen, outdated. 5 screen, outdated. 5 screen, bloody hell. You think, oh wow. But that goes back to the 1950s. That goes back to the late 1950s with the Tadeo 70mm 6-track mag. And they still use that shit today, and all they do is put a few shitty speakers that happen to be stereo, but there's nothing else much above or below, and it's usually typically common 2 speakers above. There might be a middle. I've never used the middle height center upper center. I've never used that on my system. One, I haven't got any space behind the screen because I'm using professional JBL motion picture speakers behind the screen. I haven't got any more bloody space. If I scale it down, I diminish theatrical mixes, particularly on Laserdisc, and they're just not going to give the impact, period. Can't just do that with these crappy home theater speakers. Just doesn't cut the mustard. You'd just be chasing your tail around. Yeah, so you gotta have a lot of speakers. So sound just literally smoothly can move, as well as other sounds can be placed in between and that, and then sounds behind the projection screen can move diagonal, horizontal, even do a loop. But that's just about as much as it can do because of the physicality of a speaker. A speaker is not reality. It's just an entertainment. But yeah, the speakers, Atmos, the screen speakers they are so outdated. They are so behind the times by at least 60 years. Well, if you want to go back a little bit further, 1939, nothing much really has changed. All they've added on is just a few more speakers. Other technologies come along, from optical soundtrack to magnetic soundtrack to digital. Digital is digital. Doesn't matter. There's no disputing about it. Whether it's Dolby Digital or Atmos, it is still digital. Ones and zeros. It's different waveform thing on magnetic. In fact, in the days when they were doing Dolby Digital, that's all on magnetic soundtrack, mag tape. Before flipping computers consistently overtook and then made it like a little bit flexibly easy where they could just pluck it out of the computer onto the monitor, onto the dub stage console, bam. Whereas in the earlier days, they would have to go and get the tape and all that and load it up on the machine. That's the difference. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Yeah. Oh dear. Let me play a little bit more of this because I find it a little bit entertaining. It's amazing what goes on in wacky Florida these days. I'm just waiting for the weather forecast that when they get more hurricanes. And Gene, you need to go out and observe real weather. Compare it to your Atmos Twister movie.
And frequency response consistency. So when the speaker is firing straight down, across the seats, and frequency response consistency. So when the speaker is firing straight down, you're often sitting 30 to 60 degrees off axis of that speaker. Firing straight down.
Goodness.
You're often sitting 30 to 60 degrees off axis of that speaker.
Oh my goodness. I'm off axis of that speaker. Oh no. Fucking hell. Have you ever done astronomy, Matthew Pose? You want to talk about off axis and shit? Oh dear, that's like trying to align your finder with your scope. So when you look with one eye and you still got one eye open and the two objects should come together and then it should all be aligned. That finder should be aligned. If it's a little bit that way or that way, and then you look in the scope and you think, I can't see it. I can see it through the finder, but the two have got to be aligned. So they're on axis. Fucking pain in the ass sometimes. The easiest, simplest way is to do the alignment on your telescope during the daytime. Probably set it up with a laser, take it outside, point a laser on a wall or something at a distance. A laser that you could visibly see. Red, no. Blue, green usually good because you'd be able to see that visibly in daylight. And then you just do the alignment and then don't touch that finder, because if you take it out outside, at night time or something, and it's got pushed by a tiny few degree. And you look and you think, fucking hell, where's my object? I can't observe it. Then you think, oh, fuck it, I've got to move the scope a little bit that way, this way, that bloody hell. You're wasting your batteries unless you've got a battery backup. You're wasting your power supply on your telescope to move it around. Oh, dude, that happened to me when I went out with someone I know. So we went out to the New Forest. My finder was out of alignment, and we're just moving the bloody thing. We know the moon's there. Bloody hell, we're moving it around like, oh, yeah. So don't talk to me about Matthew Poe's. Come on, don't talk about bloody speaker alignment and all this bullshit. In the real world sound, we don't put any thought about our axis and all that. It just happens. And it's only a once event. And you know what? It just beats a Dolby Atmos mix. It probably beats 100 Dolby Atmos movies out the water. And you think, why aren't I hearing that sort of psychoacoustic on these mixes today? They seem like they're processed so quickly. They taste, sound fucking like processed fucking Pepsi fucking Max. Cheap shit they just see on the fucking shelves in fucking stores. And you go and buy these shitty bloody UHD discs. And you know what? You go to shitty HDMI? No, not HDMI, HMV or some other shitty store. And they just look cheap. They're not like laser discs where they were sold exclusive in certain stores years ago. And they got theatrical mixes. They got mixes on it that have not been molested with. And everyone that keeps buying these shitty Atmos new movies, that's been near-field. It's been tampered with. And all this bullshit of that I've been reading about the signals on the Atmosing with this metadata bullshit. Some of the signals are locked, they're hidden, and you can't fucking unravel the damn thing and get the full fucking Monty in your home. It is not impossible to have 64 speakers. Well, if you want to call it 64, actually it's a little bit more than 64 if you do the proper mathematics. I'm running up to about 165 speakers in my THX home cinema. 165. I think IMAX brag they got 44 speakers in their typical IMAX cinemas. And then you got the Limax, or you can have the IMAX Limax, because there's a little bit of both. And sometimes you go to those places and you think, am I watching IMAX or am I watching Limax? I'll tell you, if the auditorium doesn't look like it's 60 feet high by about 80 feet wide, then it's Limax. Limax! Bullshitting the public since what? 2008, or was it 2009? Somewhere around that time period. They should have never had feature motion pictures involved with IMAX Corporation. They should have never done that. They should have just kept it strictly for its space shuttle nature bloody documentaries. It looked interesting, but they should never have had involved motion picture films. It's total bullshit when you look at all this aspect ratio, and it's like it looks like a glorified flat ratio 185 on steroids. I prefer scope ratio personally, and maybe blow-ups of scope ratio onto 70 that have not been cropped off, so they show the fucking full image, only it's a little bit brighter and a little bit, It only seems that way. Oh, fucking bullshit today. Fucking unbelievable. Ugh. Oh, so I don't want to listen to this.
So the response to that speaker isn't very good anymore.
Yeah, you lose a lot of the high frequencies.
Axis of that speaker. So the response to that speaker isn't very good anymore.
Yeah, you lose a lot of the high frequencies.
And then if you
Yeah, but Gene, you can't hear any high frequencies. You admitted earlier, or you admitted that, you know, because you play musical instruments, and you probably lost some, you know, due to, what's it called, high frequency hearing loss. And even if you keep your ears not too, you know, because they're little hairs inside, and they don't replenish, they don't regrow, you know. It's not like fucking grass, you know, or your hair, you know. Yeah, and it, you know, it's like, what high frequencies can you hear? If you don't have to, you could do sine wave test, or you could use a crossover on a DSP, a loudspeaker management system, and put a steep filter and then cut off all the rest of the frequency band until you only, say, maybe got a frequency range going from maybe 8 kilohertz, 48 dB crossover, going from 8 kilohertz up to the highest frequency. And then it just sounds like, it sounds like that. You might get some sounds that they sound like sine wave tones, or like in some Star Trek movie. And it's like you can almost compare it to, say, maybe like a sine wave tone. But musical instruments, pretty boring, actually. Very, very incohesive and unintelligible. Might as well be using that signal noise to try and communicate with aliens in outer space. To a pet, a cat, oh gosh, they will find it bloody annoying, because their hearing range can go up to 90k, and our hearing just, well, maybe 20, maybe a little bit less than that. On an average daily base listening, I would say our hearing range is probably up to about maybe 8k. There's going to be very few fundamental sounds that, you know, so it's probably about 8k, probably down to maybe the 30 hertz range. Infrasonic, forget about it. We wouldn't even notice it. I would be aware there would be infrasonics if it was on a bus and there's mechanical voice, because I've monitored it before on Spectrum Lab, and I've seen some vibrations and such, mechanicals, and maybe some airborne acousticals that go down into the infrasonic range. But it's trying to put a filter on our own hearing, like a crossover, and filter off. Earplugs, when you wear earplugs, they will filter the sound on the outside of our ears, and they would act like a crossover filter, but you can still pick out low frequencies to a certain amplitude degree. Yeah, I wonder what the roll off is, or the, what is it? Are they like 12 dB, 18 dB? I have to do some check tests. Oh yeah, I gotta fix my dummy head, because my cat Melanie, she wrecked. It's over there. She wrecked my bloody my dummy head and tore the bloody ear off, and I don't know where she's taken it. The microphone thing is still inside the head cavity thing. I've got some new silicone ears, so I don't know where she's taken it. She picked it out of her mouth and she's hidden it somewhere. Could be under the bed, it could be anywhere. So I've got to fix my dummy head. I don't use it that much. Now, it was a project that I started last year, and it took a few months for me to get all the parts that I wanted and build it. It's very useful dummy head, and it's pretty accurate, as Matthew posed here in this video. If you use a dummy head in stereo and it's going on to RTA analyzers, so you've got RTA-A, RTA-B, so left to right. Use Room EQ Wizard or True RTA, and you got the two windows open, and so you put them side to side. You get all the parameters and all that aligned. All the the scaling, and then when you put the pink noise on the speaker, be it a mono speaker, be it center channel, or the left or the right, or the left center, the right center, the overhead, the below surround, or whatever. And then when you're moving the head, turning it, you can see the frequency response changing. And when I do that with myself, it's more or less pretty accurate. It's just like a tape measure. It's just measuring, and it just gives me an indication like, yeah, that's more or less what I'm hearing or think. I can manipulate the frequency response if I wanted to on the dummy head to sort of like think, well, I think the sine wave that I'm hearing may be this level. The sine wave that is being picked up on the dummy head with its, its frequency response, it might be like that. So it's probably given me a few levels of inaccuracy, because I would have to try and get it as near to within several dB, and then I could probably maybe do some adjustment to compensate to get a little bit higher elevation on the high highs. It's very difficult to, but not impossible. But where we hear high frequency and it just like it seems to fall away on a speaker, and then you need to double check on headphones just to see that if it's probably the room, or maybe test it outdoors, because that there's not going to be reflections from the sidewalls and the ceiling, and get the speaker raised up off the ground a bit, a little bit, so there's not too much reflection going down. But then high frequencies have got short wavelengths, meaning they're not greatly long like the other frequencies. 1 kilohertz is several feet long, and you go down to infrasonics, very low infrasonics, and they got wavelengths longer than your neighborhood. Several thousand feet, so, and it depends on the amplitude that's been given to it, in monitoring and so forth. Well, it's very interesting for when you're bored and you've got nothing fuck all to do. You think, well, I might as well just take the sub outdoors and just play some sine wave, get a shitload of XLR cable, put a microphone several 100 feet away. You can put it half a mile away if you want to. It's going to work. You've got to use a bit of gain level, and and just see how good that sub bass speaker is by generating artificial man-made tone. Yeah, all right, explore this.
If you go and you run your Dirac or your optimizer or your
you lose a lot of the high frequencies.
And then if you go and you run your Dirac or your optimizer or your Odyssey, it's going to correct that. And it actually could very well overload the speaker because you're way off axis. It's going to correct that. And it actually could very well overload the speaker because you're way off axis. The high frequencies are probably 10, maybe even 20 decibels down. And now it's going to boost it way up
Dynamic
there.
range goes out the window,
Right.
basically.
So boost it way up
Dynamic
there.
range goes out the window,
Right.
basically.
So that's not a good idea. Here's the problem. You take a box speaker, you hang it from the ceiling.
Basically, what he was saying there is you're just going to distort, particularly if you're using passive crossovers, and you got to be very careful that, you got to find out what the technical tolerance specification on the tweeter is. It's only designed to handle so much wattage. You got to figure out the spec roughly on that. Is the manufacturer being sincere about its specification data? Otherwise, a small tweeter, I would exercise extreme caution, because distortion, as we know, for some that don't know, it generates and builds up through a passive crossover. Some because they got slopes, probably 12 dB and maybe 6 dB, and that's still going to carry some low frequency sound, or going into the mid-range. The mid-range driver will probably tackle it because they've got a higher power, a little bit wider on its diameter, so it handle the bandwidth a little bit better. But once it gets to a tweeter, some of that range is cross-talking into the tweeter, and it's just going to cause distortion, and eventually will burn out the voice coil. And then you got to think, well, do I replace the whole tweeter? You look at the design of the tweet and you think, all I need is the diaphragm. You save yourself some money on the repair. Just get the diaphragm, and it's just a case of you got to peel it off because it's glued down. You got to do a little bit of soldering to solder the very fine copper wires onto the pins, onto the magnet, and then you got to carefully center that diaphragm onto the magnet, and then run frequency test, with a microphone pretty close to it. So you run a pink noise and then run a frequency sweep, starting at a certain frequency, start at low frequency and run it through a fucking tweeter. You fucking burn the voice coil out. So you start at and then do a sweep, and it's a little bit more than that. It's a lot. Should I say that again? A lot more to it than, because you just repaired a tweeter. You got to compare and check all the rest to see if the frequency responses are similar. Otherwise, if you misalign that, you think, fucking hell, it's going to be tricky to peel it off with the glue. You desolder the wires, because if you break any of those little copper wires you got to buy a new diaphragm, because it's going to be a pig's ear to fucking try and solder the fucking talking fine precision, The diaphragms that go on CDs, compression drivers, that's a little different. But yeah, if you overload, you can burn out the voice coil. Or if you're using I've tested my JBL the 83. No, hang on, 20. Oh gosh, can't remember the model number. 2380A. 2380A HFs with the CD. I think it's the 46. Can't remember the other number. I know they're the 46 series. Any case, I could easily fuck those up by putting too much low frequency down to maybe 200 hertz, even though they can do that for a special design. But I have them about 300. So I can tune my bass cabs down a little bit lower. And in the case it's then getting everything else, modulated at the same frequency response, checking crossover slopes, with the HF horn down to the bass cab, and then just got to get a frequency response that goes smooth, and then purposely then reverse the polarity just to double check on the loudspeaker management system, and then you should see the frequency response between the bass cab and the tweet and the HF go from that down to that, and then that okay, your DCX, Behringer or Watt, because they're most common and most affordable, especially if they're secondhand, and that the polarity going from the amplifiers to the bass cab to the HFs, even though the HFs technically they have to have the polarity reversed, because the diaphragm on a compression driver, the dome as it is facing the opposite direction. The same sort of thing that they might use on JBL other speakers, where the dome is facing you, so the polarity goes forward, so the cone moves forward, and you can see, but it takes a very special golden eye and lighting. And if you put a certain signal into the thing, like a 1.5 volt battery, that's tiny voltage, mind you, it will move the diaphragm up. You would just gradually see it, and if you do it the opposite direction, opposite polarity, you should see it going downward. And when you're doing wiring and such on speakers, and how do we know, or how does Gene DeSella, or how does Matthew Pose not know that the speakers might have been accidentally miswired on the factory floor, maybe with a passive crossover, maybe with the wiring to the speaker? How do they not? Have they checked those speakers? Years ago, I became more aware with using microphones and how they're placed on speakers or near close to speakers, and then doing checks just to make sure, because I was thinking something sounds like it's reversed. Is it the bass driver? It's the mid-range? Oh, I was checking all my surround speakers, and that's a lot of speakers in the room. I've got a lot of them. Matthew Pose and all these millionaires with their home theaters, they got a small amount. I got a shitload in my room, and it's a tiny room. Do I need a shitload? Oh yeah, absolutely. I need a shitload. I need the full Monty, because I know sound. See, it's like that. I make a sound there. That moving side to side, that sounds so natural, even though I'm manufacturing it. Or I can. I should have been a sound mixer, but I didn't. I learned this shit at college over 20 years ago. Just I thought somewhere in the back of it, I don't want to pursue it. I thought, is this how it works? Wow. I think, bloody hell, that's how it works. But then you got to learn how to get a bit more flexibility and speed and that on a mixing console. But I can mix sounds up in my head. And then you just got layers of other microphones probably won't pick it up when I'm doing that. But if I move it like that, where I'm not making any sound. I can't hear it. I know it's pushing very gently through air. And that's all I know, but I can't hear it because it's probably too low in its frequency for me to observe it. If I put a microphone on this object and just move it very gently, probably on an RTA analyzer, I'll probably see some sort of deviation of something going on, because the microphone, you know, if I moved it quick like that, a microphone, boom, and then stop, I'll probably see something on the RTA analyzer because I'm pushing air, just as if I would have my hand there, boom, and stop. I could feel the air going because I'm pushing air. Oh. Does a speaker really push air? Not really. Pretty lousy as they go. Yeah, pretty lousy. Otherwise, a speaker doesn't really move. It's just stat air. It's just a cone moving back and forth. And it's going to generate harmonics. It's going to generate some distortion at some degree. And then you need to multiply that. So you got a big array. And then do it again. You know, or do an A and B. A single speaker on its own. And then you do it with an array. The efficiency is a lot greater. But can it compare with nature? I'm going to sleep on that. Anyway.
Ceiling, and you aim it towards the listening position, and now you've got a box that's going to interact with the ceiling. So you get from the ceiling and you aim it towards the listening position, and now you've got a box that's going to interact with the ceiling. So the sound radiates out from that speaker, and it's
radiates. I don't want it to radiate. What's going to turn me into the Incredible Hulk? Is it going to give gamma radiation?
going to diffract around the edges of the baffle. It's going to hit the ceiling. It's going to bounce back, and it's going to interfere. And it's going to diffract around the edges of the baffle. It's going to hit the ceiling. It's going to bounce back, and it's going to interfere with the sound coming from the speaker. So you're creating this comb filtering effect, and this also, and it's going to interfere with the sound coming from the speaker. So you're creating this comb filtering.
Yeah, I've got to get my hairstyle a little bit trimmed. I've got to get this hair trimmed. It's just over a month now since I had a haircut. So maybe next week. Maybe next week I'll get hair slight. But it's like how much, you know, how much hair to cut off, trim. And my goodness. You know, a freaking haircut today. It's like almost it's more expensive than fucking fish and chips. And you know, the haircut thing is going to last, you know, maybe 5 weeks, you know, and then you got to get it trimmed again. For fuck's sakes, you know, going to another planet, NASA, and everyone's going to be growing their fucking hair long like the Neanderthal. Yoo-hoo! Yeah, here we go, back to full circle. Somewhere over the rainbow.
Effect, and this also the other parts. So comb filtering is one of the issues. The other one is there's actually like a peak and dip response that happens.
The baffle step?
Well, it's actually SBIR.
Oh, okay.
So it's SBIR that just happens to be right up against the ceiling. So here's why that's so bad. When you and I typically deal with SBIR, we're talking about bass, like under 150 hertz.
Yep.
This is actually happening up into the like 500 to 1000, maybe even higher. So we're much higher frequencies. So Perlisten did the right thing. They created an optimized angled in-ceiling speaker that allows it to have a good high-frequency response, good dispersion aimed at the listening position, but without those diffraction problems. And it's got a back box. It basically is like an S4i. It's the same drivers, same crossovers. It's also an aluminum damped enclosure. There is no quality loss. They're a very, very good speaker.
And they're really heavy, right? You can't just use them on half-inch drywall. These speakers with the back boxes have some weight to them.
I think you can. Maybe double check. The manual doesn't say anything that I recall that says you can't. I know you mentioned that, and I want to say that Eric told me it's okay. I do have 2 layers of 5/8 inch Type X drywall. I don't know that that's absolutely necessary. And I heard that they actually do have pre-construction brackets. Yeah. Which usually the metal there helps. If you're putting these in, I would just say it's not a terrible idea to do an extra layer of drywall just to give it that extra robust, better damped bathroom.
That's why it's so important when you're putting a system of this caliber and to hire an integrator, a designer, why it's so important when you're putting a system of this caliber and to hire an integrator, a designer, why it's so important when you're putting a system of this caliber and to hire an integrator, a designer.
Fuck it, I can't stand that fucking word integrator. And all this bullshit CDO and all this other bullshit. Fucking hell, I'll tell you straight, I wouldn't be seen fucking dead at any of those fucking shows. Well, I'm not going to tolerate the bullshit. They're trying to bullshit everyone else with, like, brainless sheep. Nah. Just so they can sell. Because people, rich people, they think expensive means quality. Have they ever fucking heard of eBay? Fucking hell. They probably say, oh, I don't want to be seen dead on there buying, you know. Oh, sometimes you buy some shit that's worthless, you know, from a seller. Sometimes you buy something that you just got to look at the feedback, you know. And then you think, okay, I could trust this one. I think I'm going to get a good deal. You know, you look at the pictures and such and see, you know, does it look like it's been fucking tied to the back end of a fucking car and dragged around the fucking town? Oh, it looks intact. It looks good. Great buy. And you say to yourself, well, I don't really give a shit about rich people. But, you know, for the poor class like myself, because on behalf of the poor class for the rich class, fuck you. You save yourself a boom. Well, kaboom. You save a bundle and, you know, and you could buy a shitload of speakers. Proper JBL, proper cinema stuff. Shitload. Compared to crappy home theatre, shitty speakers that cost this much, and the results in the dynamic range and all that are not even going to be anywhere near fucking comparable to theatrical motion picture JBL loudspeaker systems. Because you could just play those things with the crossover. You can play it so those bloody motion picture speakers sound bloody small, or you can open it up to bloody, you know, and it's going to handle the bandwidth. You play it on these crappy home theaters, but you think, what the fuck's it like? Why is the dialogue intelligibility not so good? Because I'm too bloody used to listening to motion picture speakers behind a projection screen at a cinema. Being projectionist myself, I'm too, well, retired. That's fairly fucking, well, fucking last time I was fucking projection. That's fucking late fucking 90s with Warner Brothers. Fuck them. Especially today. Fuck them. Their fucking UHD discs. What a fucking rip-off. And then go, yeah, where I started, that's 36 years ago. CIC, UCI cinemas. Fucking hell. And then a little bit in between, but, you know, I'm fucking retired now. I'll just say, you know, just use a little bit of that common sense and eBay. You're not going to find everything that's under the sun on eBay. That's JBL cinema speakers that are going to be cheap. Some sellers are trying to flog them a little bit pricey. And sometimes you see once in a while a gem. And it's like, whoa. I wonder if anyone else is watching this, because you can tell when you click on it and you can see that it's got like 30 other people watching it. And they're like thinking, and it's like, But you got to know, you got to be really into it. You got to be dedicated. Me, I don't really give a shit about this anymore. But I know, I've been in the field, and I think if I see something like that, I think, well, crikey, have I got any more space in my... I got more space in my room to still fit speakers for surround on the ceiling, on the... As for my little baby in-floor below surround, because that's my little baby. I mean, that came to my thought of logic of mind back in 1998. 1998. That's fucking decades ago. Because when I was watching the movie at the local cinema, I went down and I often had this chat with a projectionist there. He was a very nice guy, very courteous. And we have this chat sometimes, when I pop in and see him, and we're standing at the back of the auditorium. Now, I think it's the second time I've seen The Peacemaker, the one with the fucking George Clooney, only he's not drinking fucking coffee in the movie. And we're standing at the back of the auditorium talking very softly, and it's at the opening credits where you see the train leaving with carrying the nuclear missiles and all that. And the train and the camera action is creating the visual illusion, but the sound, because of typical restrictions of techniques back then, we see the train exit going off screen below the scope screen, going this way, and the camera's doing an upward movement sort of thing. But where we're located at the back of the auditorium, the surround speakers typically are above us on the wall. There's 6 of them going along the back wall, and I think they had a few in the ceiling. And so when we see the train going and we hear it going over our heads. And then we both turned towards each other and said, the sound should have gone below us. Because we've all, in our time, once in our time, have stood on a bridge. A train comes down and it goes underneath the bridge. It goes below us. Yeah, the mechanical. And if we were down on the ground level, we'd hear more of the sound like this. But below us be different. Our ears are noodle. Our ears are very fucking clever at fucking noticing the angles on sound. Despite all the bullshitting that you might get on AVS forum, all the bullshitters, and then you got this bullshitter like Film Mixer, what's it, Mark Fishman, going hanging around that bloody thing, and he hangs around on bloody Audio Science as well as Sound Mixer. Oh, the bullshit. I tell you, I need wings to fly above it. They try to make out like, oh, you can't hear fucking sound too clearly behind you and all this bullshit. Oh, you can hear sound. Oh, yeah. Because they're marketing bullshit. They need to keep it relevant, everybody, so that they can still stay in a fucking luxury position of mixing bullshit for the public. But that's, and I was thinking, how the fuck can I get that scene in that movie, The Peacemaker? How the fuck can I get that sound of the train going underneath my seating? That's 1998. And you know what? The solution is a matrix decoder. What I do is I do the opposite, not surround back where the speakers are fitted on the back wall. They've always been typically on the back wall on the cinema since fucking decades. For decades, they go down the side wall, the back wall, so they're dispersing sound throughout the auditorium, so you get a uniform sound. Whether it mono matrix, Dolby stereo, 70mm mono discrete, or Dolby Stereo 70mm split stereo surround, where you'd hear it panning, moving individually around your but it's only going as a like there's the surrounds. So this finger here and that there. Well, basically, I'll do that, and you got what it's called left half and right half. That's the configuration it's called, left half, right half. There's not many home theaters that can actually do that, sadly. You can program the processor into a theater modes and such, so that you could do, if you run in Dolby Stereo, discrete, DVD 5.1, you can run it so that the arrays of speakers will be more or less mimicking the auditorium. You're only in a smaller scale in the room. You don't have to, and most people get this 5.1, and Matthew Poe's my system's a 7 point dot, all this blah. What the bloody hell is he talking about? The speakers should be done in an array. So you're more or less mimicking a similar signature to what you more or less heard in the auditorium. Because if you get the sound carefully aligned, and then mind you got to do it very, very carefully and very slowly, so you get the alignments. And if you get it done right, sometimes you'll get this disorientating effect. You can get it sometimes with Dolby Stereo Matrix or Dolby Stereo 6-track discrete. I'm thinking 70mm days, but I've never done 70. I always did 35. Fucking cinemas I worked at was just 35. But when I went to 70mm houses, and I'm hearing, like, I get this effect sometimes where a sound effect or sound that's moving from screen or through to the surrounds, and then suddenly I'm doing this, wiggling my ear, because I'm a deep fucking listener. Don't underestimate my fucking listening. Don't try it, Anakin. I got the high ground. No, don't underestimate my listening. I'm a deep listener, and I think because I listen too deeply, I just happen to I'm not too sure if I'm in the wrong seating position in the auditorium, where the time delay that's coming to my ears, because it's artificial sound, and then it tricks my ear or triggers the full range sound that's like that, and then suddenly it just drops down, and I get a little ringing. I don't think it's anything. Maybe it could be tinnitus damage back in with fucking Battle fucking Star fucking Galactica at the fucking ABC down fucking town, fucking 1979. I only saw that fucking motherfucking thing once, but the sound effects were so fucking horrendously fucking loud on it. More loud, more duration time than it was with fucking Earthquake. And I saw that in 70mm, 6-track mag, 4-5 times. It played for fucking months. I didn't have any hissing or ringing noise in my fucking ears since 1975. Bam, 1979, and then sometime around probably late of 79 or something, in bed at night time, because all the ambient sound, all the sounds during the daytime are like this level, and so I probably didn't even notice it because it's masking effect until I'm in bed quiet and I hear this thinking, I'm looking around the fucking like this, thinking, where the fuck's that coming from? It wasn't until the fucking late 80s, or was it? No, early 90s. It was getting to me. It's taxing me. I didn't know what the fuck it was called. No, I go to a doctor, ask him, and he says, it sounds like you're describing what's called tinnitus. What is that? I get an explanation. I understand it. At present, I would say it's like that at the moment. It is very, very back of the box in my mind, because it happens in the middle ear and then gets transmitted to your mind. Just like a microphone picks up sound, goes to a computer and registers the sound. Most people say, oh no, it's in your mind. Of course it's in your mind. You're hearing it from going from electrically through your impulses in your middle ear, and it's going to your mind. That's how the mind calculates positions in sound. This Matthew Pose guy, oh fucking hell. He only cares about the shit about money. I'll just say that out plain and loud and simple. That's all he cares about. He probably has very few clients where he's doing business, and they're probably people that are completely clueless and they want a home theatre, when in actual fact they should just go and play with their fancy sport cars and their fancy wrist watches. They're just rich people that just can't be asked to do it themselves. And so they hire someone and they'll just milk them. Just like the same people that will go and milk you for calibrating your TV and your projector. £600? Are you kidding me? Most people don't even earn that fucking money flipping burgers or doing fucking KFC. Don't even take that wage home during a fucking month. And you ask someone that you've never seen before, and they come around your home and you try and act like you smiling and happy and all this, being bullshit with courteous. And fucking hell, a shitload of money. And you think, I might as well just buy this equipment myself and do it myself. If they can do it, I can do it. Just got to learn how to use it. And the only thing is, you're only going to use that equipment a little bit, you know? And they think you can't calibrating your color and all that, and you're going to make these crappy UHD discs look, some of them look atrocious. Film is fucking color transparent and with light onto it through a lens onto a fucking screen, and that is it. Projectors, no, they're just LCDs or whatever, and lights reflecting and bouncing. It's not actually passing through a flipping it's just doing reflections. And the discs and all that, well, you can hold it up, a disc, because they are transparent. You hold it up to bright light, but you can't see any image. Can't see any ones and zeros, much less the pits, which are very tiny. You need a microscope to see those pits. And it's just, you think, what the fuck? You wouldn't know if that Tom Cruise fucking Maverick's a fucking porno fucking movie. How the fuck you know? Just because it says Maverick on the fucking thing, could be a fucking porno movie with his dick hanging out. See, come to my channel, it can be a little bit controversial, because I like to be transparent. Anyway, this place, I hate saying that. I'll try to refrain myself from saying that, rephrase that. Yeah.
Designer, someone that's really knowledgeable, or a team of people that are really knowledgeable. Hire an integrator, a designer, someone that's really knowledgeable, or a team of people that are really knowledgeable about not only calibration, installation, setup, choosing where to put the speakers in the right areas of the room. In fact, I wanted to talk to you about, you have 6 speakers in this ceiling. Why did you go with 6 instead of 4 and you have 2 rows of seats? You have 6 speakers in the ceiling. Why did you go with 6 instead of 4 and you have 2 rows of seats?
You and I have had this rationale for a while, and I would stand.
I'll tell you what, why 4, why not 6 and all that? I got 9 speakers on my ceiling. So I get the half center phantom sounds in the middle. I call them dog channels. Woof woof. Dolby, overhead, God. So I've got 3 VOG channels, or I call them dogs, because they're Dolby, aren't they? Maybe I'll change the name on that, but I call them dog 1, dog 2, dog 3. Just like everyone likes that shit movie, don't they? That fucking Saving Private Ryan when they're on the beach. This is dog 1. This is dog 2. Then when they're in the sand and they've got all the mortars and the bullets firing around. Dog 1, dog 2. No, and I don't have Saving Private Ryan on UHD. I don't want to get it. Because knowing Gary Rydstrom at Skywalker Sound, it's probably going to be a terrible sound mix on a remix. I'd just rather play the theatrical, whether on the dynamic range on the AC3 Laserdisc, or compare it with the DVD, the early edition, and do very careful frequency analyzing and other listening on observing SPL meter to see if there's any sort of, does it sound like it's being boosted? Like, for home or some frequency limiting? Yeah. And I could go a little bit more deeper into how sound for that should be a little bit different, especially when you see wide shots in Saving Private Ryan, and they're going along the run. Everyone's running around this left, right, side on the beach sand, and you got the mortars going off. They're not real mortars; they're just pyros that put in the sand, and they go boom, and it just creates that illusion. And then they got their own sound on production, I would imagine, and then you got to then put sound effect to it. Sound designing. But where you hear all the sound, it's coming mostly on the screen channels, but there's nothing going on in the floor. The mix on that movie, if you want my honest opinion on it now, it sounds crap. Visually, it looks okay, but the sound mix is crap. It's behind the times. Even back then, they could have done it, but they were just too scared to do more voices running around on the surrounds, so it sounds like, because you got people that up on front on screen, they'll be running behind you as well, maybe yelling, maybe not. But as regard to frequency masking and everything else that's going on, and foots running on through sand has a different sound frequency property. It's very dense and very muffled. And especially when you've got other sounds going on, you just get frequency masking effect. It's the same thing when Fish and Chips at Jazz Fred the other day observing all the waiters walking around. Mostly they're wearing soft footwear on a laminated floor. But can I hear it? No, it's not possible, because all the frequency modulation of everyone talking is creating a masking effect. So the very subtle feet sounds on the floor are going to be like that, versus the other sound that's going to be like that. It's called OTT, over the top. That's a CB radio sort of thing for your signal going over the top of another signal. OTT, over the top. And and then I thought I'll try it myself, and I'll just tap my foot deliberately pretty hard on the floor surface, and I just faintly heard it, very faintly, because there's too much other sound frequency that's greater in its amplitude. Yeah. So, you need below surround speakers in floor. A lot of people that like DIYing their home theaters, there's very, very few that would probably think, below surround. You got to use a matrix decoder to trick it. That's how I use the matrix decoder to say, like, if I want to run the movie The Peacemaker and have the train going underneath my seating, so it sounds like you hear the and it goes, you know, because the sound on that is more or less like a mono phantom signal within the stereo in stereo mixing, and so basically the matrix decoder subtracts that center phantom. You could either stick it on the back wall. That was my fucking idea back in 1989. I was thinking, how the fuck to get this stereo 70mm sound to be a little bit different? Because every now and then I'm getting some disorientation because of the way the timing of the sound is moving through the left half, right half surrounds. And suddenly, you know, after I've been to a cinema up at Leicester Square, Empire Leicester Square, Indiana Jones, Last Crusade, and I was just back in projection down at Tower Park, and then I was just listening on the booth monitor, idling on the mono matrix surround on the monitor, the booth monitor, and suddenly, bam, the idea hit me. I need a matrix. I need to have the use of a matrix decoder, because I was thinking the principle how the Dolby CP 55 was working, and the use of sound in the auditoriums in the UCI Tower Park, we're using overhead surrounds. Overhead. That's 1989 now. Actually, probably a little bit, maybe 1988, because there were other UCI sites that were utilizing this overhead. And one person on YouTube many years ago said, yeah, I was at the other site and it was called experimental. Or at least he might have heard that from some other technician. It was experimental, because you look at generally all the other cinema auditoriums, and they usually have the speakers going along the side walls and back wall. Very rarely are some speakers fitted in the ceiling. That's just to give a little bit more uniform sound coverage, so to speak. And I've only been to few cinema auditoriums where speakers have been used in a ceiling. Even 1969 downtown, the Cinerama, 6 speakers in the ceiling, very high up. The reason is so that the sound, when it gets down to you, the audience, is going to be pretty uniform. If you go up close to the ceiling, guess what? It sounds like a speaker, and it doesn't sound uniform anymore because you're getting too close to it, and it's not behaving in the same characteristics as real life sound would generate or be in nature itself, which cannot be fooled. That's just how it is. That's when speakers in the home, the surround speakers, they're a little bit nearer to us, and then you think, something doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound good, you know. Front speakers are okay. You know why? Because you're a little bit further distance away from the front. Walk up closer, and they just sound like a bloody loudspeaker. They don't sound anything like bloody real life with all this bullshit mixing going on. I'm thinking, why am I not getting sound here and here? And all this sound being put into the bloody center channel doesn't make sense. It's total bullshit, and that's mostly the blame on Dolby Laboratories and their bullshit policy. They axed away the fucking left center, right center during the fucking 1970s. The last fucking great fucking movie to use probably on their mixes or techniques or such on MAG. Dolby Stereo, Dolby System, they call it then back then. Logan's Run, 1976. That was probably the last major 70mm 6-track that used directional dialogue moving and effects moving along the 5-screen speakers. It's in the mixer, but you can still hear it in a free screen, typically like LCR. You can hear those half centers, left center, right center, and if you use appropriate decoder, you can get the sound going into those positions. But set on 70 stripe, it's discrete. In any case, they axed away, didn't they? The fucking left center, right center, and used it for fucking Baby Boom, for fucking Star Wars. The thing was still there. It could still be used. It can still be used because it's on the CP processor, the CP200 or the CP100 back then, which was soon superseded by the CP200, which is really a cinema processor. It is the creme de la creme. It is the end game. To chase it after the end game. Yeah. I got my end game pretty cheap. That was not easy feat. I've been after a CP200 for the first time someone showed me CP was at the local ABC downtown. I think that was 1988, and he invited me up to have a look in the projection room, and he gave me a tour behind the screen and see these huge, big-ass bloody speakers, 5 of them behind the screen. And when I saw that CP200, I thought, wow, I wouldn't mind one of those. And it took me up to at least, I've had my CP200 now for, what was it? 6 years now, I think I've had it. Seems like only a few years, but I think I've had it 6 years now. You got one of those in your home, you know someone is a serious into this game. Yeah, Trinov or Storm Audio is not even the tip of the iceberg. And one thing is maintaining the CP200 and keeping it going, because it's all analog. But like you think, how do I get, it's for film. But no, just like any audio, it's electric signals. If I can get that to pass in, then it's going to work. To get the actual decoder to the process, some of the decoding processing thing on the processor to behave in, say, the same similar way to, because 6-track mixes today will have the stereo surrounds full range, whereas they're a little bit different on 70. And the split surround are usually carried on top of the Baby Boom or the sub-bass channel, the LFE, if you want to call it. So it's not too confusing for anyone. And, if I want to get the behavior characteristics of the processor, because it would see the signal coming in, if it's on a certain format or sound format, be whether sound format 40, 41, 40, I think there's a 41. It's usually typically people say format 42 or format 43. Actually, there's a format 44, 45. I think there's a 46 as well. But that's only to do with noise reduction type. But it's still basically the same, signal that's on the mag stripe, and the signal goes into the processor's inputs. For 70mm, there's how many inputs? I think there's two inputs. Generally, that's for 2 projectors, so A and B projector or such. And there's quite a few other inputs on it as well for 35, mag, and optical soundtrack. And I'm going into the optical soundtrack, but I'm just basically bypassing the optical preamplifier. someone else that's got a CP200 like myself, and he's a bit more electrical knowledgeable than I am, and he's just simply looked at the schematics and figured out, okay, disregard the optical preamp, bypass it, and get into another way. And he even made some nice adapter things that could fit onto the processor, so you could just use RCA connectors and connect it up really quick. But otherwise, you got these little screws to undo, and you got to put the wires on, or you use a barrier strip, and you got to do a bit of soldering, and then you clip it on and tighten the screws up. So he made something that's a little bit quick and convenient. I haven't fitted the whole thing on my processor yet. I've only fitted the one bit so I can connect it up to, because I mostly use the Dolby Stereo for on Laserdisc. I probably won't really use it for putting a 6-channel sound into the processor, because if I want to do that, I would have to use an additional decoder, so it's taking the sound discrete from AC3 Laserdisc, or I could use DVD of specific movies, not just any fucking movie like Marvel, DC, modern woke crap. I would just use traditional classic Dolby movies from years ago, and I would have to piggyback the stereo surround on top of the LFE signal. So I would have to make kind of 2 LFE signals that are going onto the processor, and then put the stereo surrounds onto it. That's easy. And then that would go connect into the processor on the certain inputs, and the left, the center, right, that would go on to, because if I wanted to do something like can't see the logic really to it, because anyway, it's just fun. It's just to kill boredom and using up borrowed time, because we're only here for a short while. Life is short. And yeah, I'd have to do it that way. So basically, when I set the certain format on the processor, the decoder for the baby boom and the stereo surround, there's a crossover specifically in the processor. It doesn't cross over like that. It's more or less like that, so it's slightly offset that way. So you got the baby boom here, and you got the stereo, here. So it kind of minimizes the crosstalk. Otherwise, if the two things are overlapping, you're going to hear the crosstalk coming. But if you listen carefully to, say, like what movies now? Superman the movie, theatrical mix. My cat bear's meowing. It's okay. He's okay. He's meowing. He hasn't got off the camera. He's gone back to his weird characteristic again. I can't understand why. Yeah, if you listen to Superman theatrical mix, it's only on the USA version. Or listen to the theatrical one on the Terminator 2, and no, it's probably not a CDS, everybody. It's more likely a 70mm 6-track, because I would think with CDS the surround frequency coverage would be full range, because it would be different for 70mm. Because of it, they could have done the encoding or the such for the 70, they could have done it full range on the stereo surrounds. Why? Because you think about it, you got the typical like left, center, right, okay, and then you got the baby boom, the LFE signal, but they're using they're duplicating that on 2 magnetic tracks. It's the same signal. It's not stereo, okay? And that's just taking up magnetic, you know. They could have just put that on one thing and done the processor so it can configure, okay, and send it out to the speakers. And then they could have used the, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, and then they could have used the other 2 remaining tracks as full range, and they wouldn't have to use that bizarre crossover thing in the processor inside the CP200 where it's off. It's putting the frequency response like that, or the crossover, or this, because it's like a crossover thing in the processor. Yeah, I could do that. I could piss around with my Behringer DCX and purposely, I don't have to have it crossed over like that. I think if I observe frequency and sine wave tones and think, oh, I'm still hearing a sine wave tone picking up pretty clearly there, even though it's offset the bass and the HF horn. Well, I can do that. That's only when you're doing microphones that are close to the speakers. When they're a little bit further away in the room, it's a little bit difficult because you don't know if you're looking at an error or something that's legit or what. You know, you got to put actually quite a few microphones up close to the projection screen. I can use anywhere up to 24 microphones if I want to. So I could put one near the HF, one near the bass cab, and when I observe the pink noise, it should be like that. And if I purposely adjusted the crossover slope on any of the speaker output, 48 dB, then it's going to get a bit of a dip. Put it back to say a 24 octave, boom, it should match up. Offset the frequency by dialing it either one with the bass and that, and the frequency will go like that. Reverse the polarity on any one of them, boom, it goes down. Use the variable phase, it would just move slightly. Use the time delay, and you see that sort of action going on with the time delay. That's it. There you go. Don't have to watch bullshit like, you know, bloody hell, Dick Matthew, when Matthew Pose, when he doesn't even give visual. He's just doing too much of the wave, like Gene DeSella, bloody waving the bloody hands around like a bloody mad politician. Well, mind you, audio and all this stuff is sound politics. Oh dear. Why did I ever get involved with this shit? I'm still bitter about Dolby Labs. I'm still bitter about them. They took my fucking idea after I was talking on the telephone. 1998. I first had my first centre back discrete, matrix surround up and running. I could have had it up and running in 1997, but I was buying a Millennium DTS decoder, which is up there on my rack shelf now. My cat Melanie, she fucking knocked that thing off the fucking. She knocked that fucking flying a few weeks ago. It's got a little scruff on the front, a little scruff, but that thing hit the fucking, came back crashing down, landed on something, so it took some of the impact. It didn't land totally on the floor, otherwise it would be fucking dented. Yeah, fucking hell. I could have had my center backs matrix around up and running. Had Laserdisc AC3 not been too expensive, because that came out first. DTS came out a few years later for home consumer market. I could have had it up and running 1994, 95. 95, I think it is. 95, yeah. But it was just bloody damn expensive. The AVRs were just Flipping heck. Yeah. And I could have had it up and running way ahead of everyone else. I talked on the phone, but oh, that's interesting. And what the fuck do I read about half a year later? Oh, everyone knew there was a new Star Wars coming out and shit. And then suddenly at the last fucking hour of the fucking, bam. Well, we got new sound format, bloody blah, blah, blah. That's my fucking idea. And I don't get a fucking credit or any fucking courtesy. I get shit on by Dolby Labs. That's my fucking idea. Or at least I've turned my idea and I used it for below surround, because the rest of the processing thing now, you got 7.1 discrete and shit and all that. So you got discrete back stereo surrounds. But if I want that train or even that movie, what's it called? Unbroken on the Atmos, and you see the airplane that's coming towards the camera and it's going, and it goes like that. It goes off screen at a below angle. That plane goes whoosh right underneath my seating, and I'm looking down and I hear all the other sounds moving around. Try doing that in your home theater. I'm the only home theater on the planet. I don't need 150 dB blasting and perforating my ears and sounding like a load of bloated bass, because simply we don't hear that shit in real life. Even when I'm on a bus and it's hard and it's mechanical, I'm not hearing 150 fucking D. If everyone was hearing 150 fucking, everyone would be jumping off the fucking next bus stop, thinking there's something fucked up with that bus. Or we'll just wait for the other one because we can't take that pressure. It'll damage your hearing. Bloody bass. That bloody guy on bloody YouTube. What's he? He's off his rocker. Sign this bloody thing before you go into my room. You gotta be an idiot to go in that room. He's got all those sub bass speakers, and you think, okay, now do you need all that? It's just producing the same signal. I'm thinking it's not going to do anything different, because I observe reality. A bus, I've done it in other videos before. The bass that we think we hear, and it's like doing this, that sort of thing on your surrounds, your sub bass. It's just doing that sort of action. But real thing is doing like that. It's just moving. I hear the reverberation and the bus vibration, road surface, gear changing, engine, everything. And it's just shuffling around and going side to side, and it's moving like that because I'm mapping it with my clever ear hearing and my mind, and I'm mapping it, and I'm thinking, how the fuck can I get a movie at home? Not that there's many movies. The movie Speed with the bus, shit crap mix. Doesn't even sound anything like a fucking bus to me. And I mean, sounds behind me, people talking and all that. No. It's a little bit mixers and sound editors, just blah, blah, blah. Put this together, bam, bam, bam. Oh, we get an Oscar nomination. And it takes sound editing and sound, but both are shit for the bloody win, really. But how to make the surround speakers and the low frequencies kind of do that. I've got a few ideas up in my head, a few techniques. If you're watching here now, you might be some peeping fucking Tom because you got nothing fucking better to do. You're probably one of these Dolby Lab people. You're probably fucking one of these integrators. You probably might be audioholics. I couldn't give a fuck. You know, and you probably think, oh, I know exactly where he's going. I know exactly what he means. Good for you. I couldn't care less. I like to talk freely. Shit. If the fucking YouTube and that were fucking around in the 1990s, I would have said this out fucking freely, how to do it. Many years ago, people were even asking me, how the fuck am I doing overhead sound? I was running my Matrix overhead sound long before Atmos came along, long before Aura 3D, because I've worked in a cinema where they've had fucking, but that was a different sort of thing. You know, it's just using monomatrix signal, and it's just going to an array of speakers on the ceiling, and it gets a uniform sound. If one of those speakers are fucked up, you're going to point to that speaker because it's rattling and it's coming from that position. They got to all be perfect, and it gives a uniform sound. And I think it was a little bit cost of the efficiency of it was, because the auditorium could have done it along the sidewalls and that just mean that it just need a little bit more speakers. So yeah, putting them up on the ceiling, you know, and some sound effects, mind you, in the movie, in the Matrix Dolby stereos, because I've got some of those that are now on Laserdisc, you know, just so I know it's full Dolby stereo and it's theatrical mix. The movie, what's it called? Always, where it's got airplanes and shit. Oh yeah, sometimes you have some overhead, or when certain sound, I just basically get a flashback. Only I've got a THX professional commercial system in my home. So I get like a bit of taste of THX and Dolby Stereo and JBL, and I get a fucking flashback. Fuck yeah, but it's a little bit more than that. It's a lot more. You know, High Wycombe, CIC High Wycombe. That was voted the 8th best THX cinema on the planet. Not like some guy with his 20 RTA speakers in his basement. That's basically, his room is the same size as mine. And he's got terrible surround placement in his room. Terrible. Absolutely appalling. Atrocious. No one cares. That's why the Guinness Book of Records declined his offer for the loudest home theatre, because it's not really a big deal. I couldn't care less. I wouldn't even put mine as, oh gosh, I got 156 speakers in my, and I'm thinking of putting more in my room. 156. How many home theatres are running 156 speakers? IMAX brag, they got 44. It was okay, but I still think the UCI High Wycombe would completely put one of those IMAX cinemas in the dust, because I have not felt bass. That definitely came from fucking area George Lucas 50 fucking 1 with Tom fucking Ullman, or the engineers that put it were one of the Dolby Laboratory sound technicians, consultants, Ben Max, what was his name? It's on the end credits of Superman the movie. Max Bell, and he formed a company called Bell Theaters, and they did the JBL THX install for the High Wycombe. And I'll tell you that if that cinema was still existing the way it is, as it is today, sadly it doesn't anymore. It's completely gone. If that was still around, I tell you, it would blow that fucking guy with his 20 sub-bait. It would blow that out of the water. It would totally ruin him, because he's just spending This is money, mind you. He's spending thousands, literally, every time for one, just to think, you know. And that crackpot recently said he wants to go from 150 to 160. He's going to perforate his ears. It'd be his fault. Or he's going to damage someone else's hearing and give them prolonged tinnitus. And he's got this stupid thing where you sign. That's just a load of bullshit, because I'm sure that's not even legitimately legal. It's just a little hype. You got to be an idiot to go in that room. You could say, hey, can you play it a little bit lesser level? I don't need this full bloody, you know. Because we don't feel bass sound pressing against our fucking body. It's only done that way when it's manufactured artificially. Because the way our skeleton is designed and the way we sense it. You go around on a daily basis. Do you hear 150 dB? Do we? Fuck no. You go on a bus, you feel a lot of mechanical vibration. You hear the bass level, and you feel a lot of tremendous mechanical. And you think, how the fuck do I get that in the home? There's plenty of things out there you can buy. Bass shakers, hydraulics, very small ones, but they're not cheap. And you could think, how can you, you know, you could buy those D-box seats if you want to waste your money on a D-box seat. Because seats don't move around like that on a vehicle. Everything still, it's the vehicle doing that, and it's called inertia. So you might as well give it up, because, you know, it's pointless. Try something else. Try something else that's cheap but impressive and unique. Because I could tell you this, hardly any fucking dubbing stages are going to have something like that. And that's where they mix stuff, innit? Yeah. And then it goes out to a cinema with all this atmos shit, with this hair, feel every dimension bullshit. Don't have to go to because I could put a fucking sine wave out into any bloody speaker in my room, be whether it in the floor, sidewalls, ceiling. I'll tell you, when I generate pink noise in my room, most home theatres can't do this, except mine, of course. I use 2 REWs, Room EQ Wizard, and I go to a theatre mode that's basically a child theatre or something I created. So basically, stereo to left to right, stereo left to right, da 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 da, all on all the speakers, and it goes through to all the other Dolby SA10s in the kitchen. And I use 2 REWs, one for positive polarity and one for negative polarity. And then the signal goes to the negative polarity, goes to the below surround, and the positive goes to all the other speakers. And I tell you, if I generate pink noise in the room, even at a very low SPL level, 70 dB, I tell you, it sounds very disorientating because it's artificial. And the other thing is generating sine wave tones, say 8 kilohertz. You generate that through a single speaker, and then you move the microphone around, or yourself, and you're moving around. That tone is going to go up and down, up and down, up and down. When it's generating on all the fucking speakers in my room, I can move around, and you know what? It stays consistently pretty uniform. It hardly deviates because it's just coming from every bloody speaker in the room. But when sounds are usually coming discreetly and independently from, you get these nulls and dips, because you got to have everything consistent. But the room is messing all that up. And so you're going to get all these deviations, You can't fix it all because it's not impossible. Oh, gosh. It's not a case of money. It's a case of what materials and the time that you got, the analyzing with the equipment and where to place everything to, you don't need some bullshitter to just, you just got to work it out yourself. And it'll probably take you years. It's not going to take a few weeks. You can design it with a fucking computer, CAD or whatever, but it's a lot more than that, because that's going to say, oh, wow. And you're going to think, oh, wow. But when you actually do it and then you find out, yeah, there's snags, you're back to square one. It is complicated. Real world sound, with how it goes, I'll tell you, just deal with it. Because all this atmos shit, it's all fabricated. Every film mix, music, shit, it's all fabricated. It's just an entertainment. But when you listen to the real thing, you think, fucking hell. Wow. I'm glad I got a noodle that I think I care about. I don't like the way the world is going, because there's the rich people in this fucking world that just, why don't these fucking rich people, these politics, why don't they just fucking kill all us poor people and get us, and then they can have it for them fucking selves. Because obviously they don't care shit about fucking sharing it. You look at all these fucking, I don't know, sometimes it's poor people and sometimes it's mostly rich assholes that go and off to some country and kill an elephant. Fucking assholes. I'd just like to know where they live so I could go up and kick their fucking door in and throw them out of their own fucking party. That's so unforgivable. Dinosaurs were wiped out by fucking natural event. And then you get fucking assholes going around today fucking exterminating them to the point of extinction. And that really fucking pisses me off. So there's lots of things I'm thinking. Lots of things. Do elephants, a herd of elephant, do they sound like that? In these bullshitting movies. I could care to fucking toss to buy that fucking Lion King fucking shit. I don't like Disney shit movies much anymore. But I think a real thing, when you observe it in real life, the real event, and then you think, I just heard that crappy fucking Lion King, a load of fucking damn crappy Zimmer fucking music blaring and all these fucking, I don't know, it didn't even sound or fucking mix wise like fucking, load of bullshit. I mean, I met someone at college. He was a tutor, one of many tutors at the college many years ago. And he was a little bit cynical about all this 5.1 shit and, and saying how things are not. And saying how things are not quite like what they should be. And he was giving some examples and such, and I understood. He's absolutely fucking right. A lot of some of these mixers today, they're very, very few where mixers would probably sometimes mix some crap with some director because they're only following instructions. Unless you got a director or something, he pushes and he understands the technology. He's probably read up on the manual and understood, like, oh gosh, I could be able to do this and that. But it's still got limitations. And, you want to get so to people like myself, very few and far between. And then you can notice something completely different. This makes me, oh wow, and it's not too loud, and it's got this, oh, wow, it's got a nice psychoacoustic. But those sort of things they're far and few between. Generally, most movies crap today. It's just fucking load of rubbish. I want to hear directional dialogue voices moving around. That's how it happens in the real world. That's the what should be, often what we record sometimes on our phone, depending on how good the phone's mic frequency response and so forth is, stereo and such. And when you play it through speakers, well, stereo, binaural. I've heard some binaural on the headphones. Doesn't sound like anything happening below me. That's got to be mixed from ground up. That's got to be mixed from scratch. You have speakers there. So you hear something going on below. There's a little bit more than that, because you've still got things that are in between. And there's no speakers there, because typically, where are speakers located? They're located on the walls, the ceiling, the floor. You can't get a speaker to come up close to your ear and whisper in your ear. It's not possible. Unless, of course, you put a speaker there. Otherwise, when you get some sound with some bullshit atmos and it's whispering out a certain sidewall speaker, the whole fucking audience can fucking hear it. It's not like someone coming up close to your ear, so it's not lifelike sound, Dolby Labs. Stop with the bullshit, please. There's certain things that have got limitations. A mixer should know his limitations. Or at least Dolby Labs should. Yeah. Well, I got something arriving maybe tomorrow. At the very least, middle of the week. It's Sunday. Oh, it's not Saturday. Oh, fish and chips. They do a lot of hard work. They do. Yeah. I like tipping, like Reservoir Dogs. I don't tip. You're gonna tip. I don't tip. I tip. I tip, generous for the quality, the service with a smile. I know sometimes you got to smile because it gives a positive, even though maybe they might be feeling down or what they got problems with this and that, and they're trying to, it's hard to say, because I'd like to ask someone sometimes, is it genuine or are you faking it? I don't mind, if you tell me if you're faking it or if you're being legitimate. I smile because I can see the environment and it makes me feel a little happy. It was nice, one of the friars when I was talking to, because the father and the son that run the restaurant, and little because I gave a can't say the word. I complimented the friars last night because food cooking was extremely I can't say the word on that. What's the word? I could probably type it, but exquisite. It was impeccably so choice. I highly recommend it. Doesn't that sound like the spare change when he uses that with shit with his bloody Trinov? You could quote in a bloody movie, which Ferris Bueller, which is very snobby. But yeah, absolute top notch. Wow. Quite a few fish and chip restaurants around the town, but there's fish and chips across the road. Occasionally, I think, okay, Chess Fred's closed today, but the other fish and chip shops open because sometimes they don't open on Monday, and some do open on Monday. I might want fish and chips, but usually when it's in a bag, the texture, it steams up inside. You got to unwrap it, totally unwrap it. Yeah, it's just not the same. Sometimes I can't eat all the chips because, just give them to the seagull, Steven Seagull, or give them to the pigeons. Just let the birds have them, seagulls especially. Steven Seagull. Okay, what the fuck was I rambling about? Atmos. Maybe listen to another bit of bulletins on this.
Stand by that, but I am making upgrades. Was that for what I wanted to spend on this system, 7 dot whatever for the subwoofers .4 made the most sense given the size of the room and given what kind of content was.
The size of your room is only a few feet than mine. The ceiling height's just a little bit higher.
Available at that time. Things are changing and the content is getting better and it's making better use of active objects, which allows it the dynamic object, which allows
bullshit.
Things like the extra tops and the wide speakers to be utilized. So
oh, please don't get me started on front wide speakers. You just hear little sounds on front wide like and you think, what the fucking logic point is that? It's just a few seconds of usage, less than maybe if you count maybe the whole duration time, you got like maybe a minute of front wide out of nearly a 2-hour fucking movie. Are you kidding me? And you got to get the sounds balanced very carefully. And typically, like, I've done this so many fucking times. Either put a microphone single in the middle of the seating position, the seating position shit. Monitor the pink noise coming from the HF, the bass driver, or even the HFs, because any speaker is not going to have a perfect frequency response. It's not going to be uniformly smooth. It's going to have ripples. It's going to go up and down, and cause these strange little problems. And once it travels around the room, hitting that wall, the ceiling, the floor, whatever, it's going to change its characteristic and give maybe false reading on your RTA, and you're going to be thinking, and you got to be listening to the actual tonality. You got to get the tone to go, not going, and you think, what the fuck's going on there? Otherwise, that is going to go OTT on the other speakers. If you got a movie mix that's got a nice, consistent, smooth DME, that's dialogue music effects, balance, and very few movie soundtracks have got that consistent balance. Other movies have just got this crappy woke Hans Zimmer fucking music on the fucking end credits. You got the fucking left and right front playing so fucking loud, and you got the center channel way fucking down. I think, what's the fucking point of mixing something there in the center and it's way fucking down there? You got these fucking levels up, doesn't make sense, and you can't turn the levels down because when you play anything else that's going on in the mix that's got sound effects and that, it's a complete fucking mess. It is a mess. you could probably beat it by using audio limiting, so that the audio limiters would activate automatically and lower down the other sounds. But it's a little bit more than that. You gotta have a nice balance, like so it gives a nice smoothness. So you do your pink noise, and I usually put now the microphones close to the speakers behind the screen, so that the microphones near to the screen and near to the speakers, and I measure the frequency response. And I'm going to see how it's all over the show, and it's got to be adjusted. Providing, of course, got enough EQ for bands to independently. Otherwise, independently and discreetly for the bass and the HFs. Otherwise, generally, if I use the Dirac or anything, I'll be wasting my time, because it's got to go into additional outboard matrix 5-screen decoders. And if the signal is not in correct phase and polarity, frequency response, etc., it will skew up the sound signal decoding, even though there's a decoder in the Storm processor, and it would not skew it up because the EQ is done afterwards. The decoding is done here, and then the EQ is done there, so done last. If the decoding was there and the EQ was there, and it goes into the decode, it's going to skew up the signals, and make it a little bit weird. Because the film mix itself generally has already been equalized and audio compressed, because you got to compress certain signals. You can't play the whole fucking thing as it is, otherwise it just overload the soundtrack, overload the sound mix. You got to compress things and level it and balance it, equalize it and such. But when soundtracks are gone from a theatrical mix, and then it goes for a second to bullshitting it and cutting off the low end frequency. Why do they cut? Because they want it for a fucking soundbar. Fucking shit. Those soundbars should be fucking banned. Little center channel speakers, or basically home theater fucking speakers, they should be fucking banned. Go on eBay and look for some secondhand JBL, for Pete's sakes. But why would I want to give everyone freebie fucking information? You know? You want to spend 10 grand on fucking home theater shit speakers, or spend maybe 1,500 or 2,000 at the least on theatrical motion picture JBL. Yeah. Yeah. The real Muncie, the real McCoy. The real deal. Yeah. For the full Monty. Yeah. You could do whatever you fucking want with it. You could smash the speakers up, throw them in the fucking bin. I couldn't care less.
When I made the upgrade, I decided, since I did have the wire in the ceiling for it, that I might as well do 6. They're actually not in the most optimal location. The middle pair is in the correct location. The front pair is in the correct location. The back pair is too close to the middle pair. And that was just a function of where the rafters are in the ceiling. And it's a decoupled ceiling, so there were some limits in where we could move things around. And so they either had to be right up against the back wall or too far forward. I don't know which is better or worse. I've heard huge arguments about this. I would just say this for anybody.
Oh, let me go back on all that.
Or too far forward. I don't know things around, and so they either had to be right up against the back wall or too far forward.
Yeah, our speakers fucking all over the fucking ceiling. Like I say, get something, make a sound, put it near boundary surface, corner of a wall, near the ceiling, near the floor. It's near free boundary surfaces. It's going to give a different characteristic because the sound frequency is going to be bouncing on free boundary surfaces, as well, right in the corners between the boundary surfaces. The corner right in the slit there. It's going to be doing all that. Or you can round it, put something up there and curve it and round it. So it'll give a different reflection characteristic whilst testing, doing very clever analyzing RTA frequency sweep testings or pink noise in real time. So you can move the microphone around and such and see the characteristic change. Doesn't really fucking matter, fucking sound when it comes out of speaker, it instantly fucking goes everywhere in the room. Instant. And then it returns back to the microphone and it gives these very strange, what's going on there? And you can't really much fix it. Unless you tear the whole fucking room down and design the room very carefully, ground up. Yeah. I'm sure somewhere someone's done a room like that. I'm pretty sure somewhere someone's done a room like that. I'm not saying exactly what I was thinking. I'll keep that under my hat. Too bad I can't use it in my room. Pity, really. That's how. Actually, I'll be quite interested with that result. Yeah. I'll keep that under my hat. Boop. There it is, under my hat.
I don't know which is better or worse. I've heard huge arguments about this. I would just say this for anybody that makes those arguments. Are you telling me that you sat down, you mounted 2 pairs of speakers in 2 different locations and A beat them and decided one was better? Or is it just a made up perception? I think that the different locations and A beat them and decided one was better, or is it just a made up perception? Speakers in 2 different locations and A beat them and decided one was better, or is it just a made up perception? Speakers in 2 different locations and A beat them and decided one was better, or is it just a made up perception?
There are several ways to do speakers on the ceiling. You can have a rail track, so you can fit the speakers on a rail track and then move it along a vertical rail track. But it's just better just to, rather than doing that, it's just rather better just to put a cluster on the ceiling. You don't have it sound. You don't have to have sound coming from a single tiny. So you can have it coming from an array, and they're just playing the same signal. And it's just a larger array, and it just gives a better uniform sound. Period. Providing, of course, you get the components cheap. Yeah, and you can do it that way. And you can say, "Fuck you." With this fucking home theater fucking bullshit and Atmos Dolby layer fucking specific. Otherwise, if they were doing that shit for dub stages, yeah, why the fucking things? Always dub stages, cinemas, they got more fucking headroom to hide those fucking speakers, so you don't have to fucking look at them. Because when I go into an Atmos fucking cinema, I'm thinking, you know what it looks like? It looks like the fucking circus came into town. It looks like it doesn't look like a cinema. It looks like a fucking PA fucking concert venue. And I think the worst fucking place is the fucking Odeon Lux in Leicester Square. Their fucking is a fucking eyesore. Plus the fucking things are fucking dangling on cables or chains many meters away from the fucking ceiling itself. So they're losing a bit of bass response on the actual fucking speakers that they spent fucking tremendous fucking money on, rather than putting them in flush mounted into the ceiling, hidden, along with the fucking sub bass fucking thing, hidden flush, so you don't fucking see the fucking things. Because you're supposed to be thinking, how's this working? I can't see anything. I can hear the sound, but I can't see anything, so I can't identify a brand. You go into a cinema now, fucking hell, you can see the fucking brand name on all the fucking speakers, mostly JBL. Empire Leicester Square, on its original design, had nearly all the speakers hidden. You could kind of sort of see them or notice them in the sidewalls, but when they did when the THX original 89 was dismantled, I think late 99, I think, and they changed it into I think early 2000. They had Martin audio speakers. It sounded shit. It's like this used to sound good feel in the everything, and the quality just suddenly went from that to that, and then it went even further when they did a THX installation again. It just sounded crap. It was just toppy, and I just had to cover my ears all the time. Even wear earplugs, put my fingers in my ears. What the fuck, man? Where's all the bass impact gone? You know, every time I hear body punches and everything, or what going on, it's just too much. Sounds like a ruler being slapped against a bloody table. Oh, it's just, you don't hear body punches like that. When someone's hit, it's very muffled. And actually, you don't really feel body punches. You got two people having a fight. You just hear the sound, but you don't feel it. Unless, of course, you want to get involved and get punched in the face. No thanks. Oh, dear. Yeah, it's just fucking hell. THX was at its best through the 80s and 90s. And it's like, wow, is that what I've been missing on the soundtrack? I didn't even know that was on the soundtrack. I didn't even know that was possible. It was like, well, kind of felt something similar to it with Sense Around. But, when you go and see a regular movie, it was okay, blah, blah, blah. But it's still like, you see the same film again, and it's like, oh my goodness, the THX sound system definitely delivers. Because, sometimes what they put in the mix, and I mean, like when I play Die Hard, that feels like an earthquake when, you got the Foley sound effects and such, and it feels so damn over the top, exaggerated, like an earthquake. When they're having that fight near the end of the movie, the hand-to-hand with the other guy, you feel all the body punches and such. But it's a lot more than that. Body punches should be more stereo. Because I can go like that, and I can hear the sound going left to right, left to right, left to right. And that's narrow. That is very narrow stereo. Whether you could hear that, if someone was observing me, they got to be pretty close to notice it. The further away you go, it goes from like that, and then it goes like that, and it sounds like mono. It's just the way how sound works. But you got to have multiple speakers, so you can do multiple complexities. But no one's going to do that. Dolby Labs couldn't give a fuck. They just want to keep their shitty Atmos relevant. And everyone thinks it's fucking, oh wow, great, you're brilliant, Dolby Labs. Fucking, and there's someone else out there that's probably wants to get on the bandwagon and they got something a little bit better. I'm just waiting for that to come along. And then I can, providing of course they're not too greedy and it's cheap, everyone can buy it. Even the poor people, the poor class, not just made for stinking rich people. Because they couldn't give a shit. They only care about their fucking sport fucking fancy car. That's all they fucking care about. They don't give a shit about fucking, you know, unless they're fucking into this sort of thing. But yeah. But as long as I still got air in my lungs and I got a fucking noodle and I can still fucking hear reality sound, fucking hell. Listen to more of this. More listen to this.
I think that the system sounds great as is, but my feeling was that 6 is the made-up perception. I think that the system sounds great as is, but my feeling was that 6 was a worthy upgrade because as technology is advancing and the Atmos mixes are getting better and making better use of those dynamic objects, and I think probably there's going to be more use of like AI and stuff like that will make it easier on lower budgets. I think probably there's going to be more use of like AI and stuff like that will make it
Well, if I hear of anything like AI being involved in a fucking sound mix, I'm fucking boycotting this shit altogether. I couldn't care a fucking toss. All I call it is fucking abomination.
Get easier on lower budgets.
Lower budget. Fucking hell, some of the fucking lower budgets on some of the fucking film mix I've heard in the fucking past that don't fucking use fucking hell, some of that was like, fucking hell, how the fuck did they do that? Given the limitations, they had to push themselves. But now you get all this Atmos shit. I think most of the mixers, or some today, are fucking lazy. They're paid. And they believe me, some of these mixers in Hollywood, they live a fucking comfortable life. I think they need to have their fucking wage salary or what fucking reduced back to like what it was in the fucking 1980s. And then that would push them to work harder. Hey, you got to give harder to get a little bit fucking money. You do lazy? No, your money should go fucking down. Because I got to listen to that shit and think, what the fuck did I buy this? Well, I could have bought fucking cat food. Or gone out for a fish and chips. Fuck it.
To make good use of those objects, that it's worth having the extra speakers. So
worth having the extra speakers. Like I say, most people probably don't even know how to properly do a proper layout in their fucking home because they set their processor up. It took me a while to figure it out on the Storm processor that I could duplicate the same sound on the speakers. So if I wanted to use 7.1, the back surrounds would be discrete. I like to have more speakers on the back wall, so it's a little bit more uniform, so I don't get the hole in the bucket. Dear Liza, you got a hole in the bucket, dear Liza. You get this gap in the sound, and you think there's a hole in the sound. It's got to be pretty uniform, literally from the ceiling down to the fucking floor, across the width of the back wall and the side walls. You get something like that, and on the ceiling, the floor, boom. Play the fucking Empire Strikes Back Dolby Stereo Matrix on the widescreen early edition Laserdisc. That'll knock your fucking socks off, I'll tell you that. You'd be thinking, fuck, why have I been wasting my years with this shit when I could have had this? But no one years ago was going to say, hey, use this. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's why they did home THX with the decorrelation thing, the dipolar speaker thing and shit. Because they would think no one in their right mind is going to put a multiple array of speakers going around the room. But what the fucking now? Here we are now, and they're fucking doing multiple fee speakers, or some idiot doing multiple subs. You think, fucking hell, large auditoriums will have maybe that sort of amount of speakers for the subs behind the screen, because the way the sound goes out into the auditorium, it's a longer wavelength, so it's going to perform better rather than a small room, because it gets jumbled and confused. Runs home to mama and says, I don't know what's going on. Here, put more speakers for subs in your room. It may cost an arm and a leg or two. Actually, it doesn't really, if you get speakers that are good quality, good specification. Build your enclosure boxes yourself. Save yourself a little bit of money. And yeah, personally, I'll do subs in floor, sidewalls, ceiling, and then put some bass shakers, because when you play a sine wave time on it, you're going to notice the pressure on your ear, unless you design specifically the room so it's like a frame, like a skeleton, and so that the magnet structure is against the wood frame, so it will transmit vibration into it. Just the same way as a bus engine is designed and fitted, or an engine in a car. If the engine in a car was completely isolated in a different way, you wouldn't feel any mechanical vibration. You'd hear the engine, but you wouldn't feel the mechanical vibration because it's decoupled. So you've got to couple it, the bass driver, so that it goes into a frame, so it's in C, and you've got to test it to see how much what frequencies travel through, and then what frequencies start to dissipate, and you might have to do a little maybe equalizing on the whole thing independently to adjust so that you can get the other vibration transmissions to go through. So it's difficult. You probably won't get 50-50. Probably get something maybe less than 50-50. 50% you'll be hearing it on your ears, and the other, it won't be 50, maybe total percent on the mechanical, unless you use bass transducers, where you get a little bit more of that 50% extra mechanical vibration. And then you play something, whether it's music, and you think, oh, wow, that's completely different. Why didn't I have this system years ago? Yeah. Even if you do it cheap, you can. The speakers are still going to be the best. Maybe less than 100, maybe just less than 250. Nothing too stupidly expensive, otherwise the size of the speaker, and then you got the bass shakers or the bass transducers. They're averagely Aura ones. They're cheaper than the other brands that are out there. The more things change, the more they remain the same. You get something else and you add and add and add. The price will soon be up into the thousands. Literally. But if you used other brand types and such, it's going to be way up into the tens and tens of thousands. and the results are not going to be very brilliant. I think if you're going to do that, why doesn't this guy? I mean, I've seen this guy's home. I think I've seen a picture of this guy. Why doesn't he build something out in his back garden? A little bit larger size and such, out in his back garden, crying out. Not the small, tiny basement. Come on. But he'll try and go for Guinness Book of Record again. Oh, yeah, Guinness Book of Record. But they'll just decline his offer. They'll decline it and say, no, you're not unique. Because someone else out there is going to, come along. Well, maybe they're just not bragging about it and they're just keeping it keeping it to themselves. I felt bass and all that pressing on my body with THX sound system decades ago. I don't need to go into some basement and feel 150, what 150 feels like. A real explosion or something, if it goes off, it's got a tremendous lot of pressure. That's why it will fuck you up. But a speaker system, if it tried, those sound effects in it, they're artificial. Of course, you could try and turn the gain levels up and such, and to a point where it might just start clipping the amplifiers, or how does this guy not know he's not clipping his amplifiers? Yeah, because the amplifiers are built into those speakers. Is there an indicator, a bar VU level meter that shows, because I thought if you're going to buy a speaker that costs that much money, I would want a VU meter on it. I want to know what that amplifier the fuck's doing. How does he not know he's not putting? How does he even not know? And he's not generating some harmonic distortions that are absolutely, oh my goodness, an eyesore. Because you shouldn't see that on infrasonics. Because the lower you go down and what the microphone is picking up, it should pick up a fundamental, and it should be, it should be still kind of, it is going to be very low. To our hearing, there shouldn't be anything. If there's any harmonic that's going to be generated, you got the fundamental tone down here, and then you got the harmonics up here, and there might be a multitude of harmonics, and they're going to be, I guess, they're going to be in the 20 and up range, 20, 30, and if you can hear those, then that's audible. You shouldn't, and then you got to turn the gain level down until those harmonics disappear. You can't equalize them. It's just not possible. You could put an equalizer filter, like you see these harmonics appearing, but that's on the microphone. That's from the speaker to the microphone. But you measure the amplifier itself electronically, you're not going to see any of those harmonics. That's because it's artificially coming from the speaker, and it's creating those harmonics, and you can't equalize. You can use a passive crossover filter on the speaker and filter those out. But what happens there? When you play fundamental tones at those frequencies, you just effectively reduce that level. So it's a tricky sort of thing to balance, because when you play something that's got low frequency LFE, you're going to get the 20 and 30, 40, 50, 60 hertz. That range is going to be audible, and it's going to be way up here, and the infrasonic frequencies are going to be way down here. So basically they're inaudible, but it's pressure that you feel. Should feel kind of. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. I've messed around with I could get infrasonic. I could get my JBLs down to blimmin' almost 8 hertz. With a little bit of effort, I could probably get them down to 5. But what's the fucking point? They're very low efficiency, and any speaker's going to be of such efficiency. You measure a frequency response, and then you put crossover filters, or you can EQ filter, band, bell shape, and then lower everything. Basically, you're lowering the efficiency of the speaker down. The speaker really hasn't got really a, otherwise you can change it. The speaker's got limitations to, in the case of, in this case of this guy, I think he should be lowering down the other frequencies in the room so that they're not too high, so that you just sense there's something weird in the infrasonic when generating a sine wave tone, and it's like, don't have to brag how much SBL level it's putting out. It's got to be pretty, it's got to be, I mean, but anyway, that's JT. I think they're a bit overrated, like bloody SVS. Because SVS try to come out with subs, don't they? Oh, I was probably about close to getting an SVS new sub for. Come on now. But I just didn't think SVS is worth it. Yeah, I mean, read about I read all the bullshit nonsense on rail subs and thinking, bloody hell, what a load of bullshit. Neither one of these speaker brands are used in a cinema commercial environment. So what would I want? Why would I want that? Come on now. Oh, come on. What am I doing there? Strange girl. You strange girl. Oh, she's a strange girl. Go on. Go on, girl. Woo! Oh, she's a strange girl. Yeah, it's just some more of this fucking hell.
If cost is an issue, I think better speakers but less of them makes more sense.
You need at least 4 to have true object panning in the ceiling.
Yeah, I think better speakers but less of them makes more sense.
You need at least 4 to have true object panning in the ceiling.
Yeah, and 4 is a good, better speakers but less of them makes more sense.
You need at least 4 to have true object panning in the ceiling.
Yeah, and 4 is a good minimum, and I think that makes sense. But if you're in a position where you can justify the extra speakers and it's not going to cause you to have to drop down to a lower quality speaker, I do think 6 is, I really do like a 9.1.6 system. That is sort of my favorite for most people's living room or theaters.
All right, let's talk about demo experience.
Favorite for most people's living room or theaters.
All right, let's talk about demo experience in this room.
Living room or theaters.
All right, let's talk about demo experience in this room that
living room or theaters.
All right, let's talk about demo experience in this room that Matt Poe's designed. Matt, you did a phenomenal job.
Thank you. Yes.
You really did. For a room of this size, it's not a huge room. It's a medium-sized kind of theater room. The surround envelope that I heard in here was absolutely stunning. The panning from left, center to right, all around me, the sides, especially the tops with the new pearlescent speakers, it really matched the whole dynamic of the room. But before we get into all of the demo stuff that we experienced here, I want to just talk about the bass. The bass absolutely floored me. When we were watching Top Gun Maverick, I was sitting in the...
Oh, God, fucking hell. Why don't you put fucking Aliens on Laserdisc? Dolby stereo. Oh, of course, he probably hasn't got real Dolby stereo equipment in his room. Oh, dear.
in this chair. And when the afterburners fired on the F-18s, the hairs, whatever hair I have left on my head, I felt them standing up and moving. This is no joke. No cap. No cap. This is the real deal. My hairs were vibrating. Part of it is you have incredible subwoofers, but also the way you calibrated the system using Trinnov waveforming.
It has a bunch of advantages. One of them is it makes
So the way you calibrated the system using Trinnov waveforming.
It has a bunch of advantages. One of
Subwoofers, but also this is the real deal. My hairs were vibrating. No joke. No cap. No cap. This is the real deal. My hairs were vibrating. Part of it is you have incredible subwoofers. This is the real deal. My hairs were vibrating. Oh, no cap. No cap. This is the real deal. My hairs were vibrating. Oh, no cap. No cap. This is the real deal. My hairs were vibrating.
What hairs? You hardly got any hair on your chin. Did it give you goosebumps? You feel the hair standing up in your arms? Oh my goodness me. I can't see what the big deal is there, really, to be honest. I've felt all that in THX cinemas decades ago. I don't need Maverick, thank you very much. Why not Top Gun, you know? It's got some decent scenes where they fire the after, but and then, you know, the difference is going from to a professional commercial THX cinema is like fucking night and day. It is a complete total opposite of the home, you know. And you know, the air, you know, you get some sound that's a little bit like acoustical. And you get the other bit that's la-di-da-di-da, coming from the ports. You know, I'm thinking of changing my JBL subs back to ported because they're plugged up. But I wouldn't be able to feel the air coming out of those ports because where the ports are located behind the projection screen, you got a material there that's in front. You're not going to get air blowing out into the room because you've got a filter in front of it. Kind of like putting a filter. It's called a popper stopper. Basically, it's just like make a DIY, get a circular piece of plastic or something, and get a stocking, and you just stretch it over that material, over that. You put the microphone, so you don't get this blowing sound against the microphone. It picks up the sound, but you don't get this blowing sound like blowing against the microphone. You don't get that hideous noise. Unless, of course, it's someone coming near to you and blowing down your ear, in which case, if someone did that, I'm going to turn around and knock their fucking lights out because it's not pleasant when that air goes down your ear canal. It's very unpleasant. Yeah, popper stopper. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I got that crappy Maverick on UHD, but I don't particularly like playing it anymore because the use of the overhead sound for the speakers thing is pretty crap. It's got some bad continuity where you hear airplanes when they're near the end of the movie and they're circulating around the F-14, and when the camera is on the interior of the F-14, you hear the sound of these airplanes moving around on the overheads, yeah? And then the sound cuts to the exterior. And you know what? There's hardly any change in timbre or frequency. The mixers on Maverick did a crap sound mix because it doesn't sound like... because sound on the inside of a cockpit on a jet fighter would be very noisy. And you wouldn't hear sounds fucking moving around you on the outside. Just wouldn't be possible. Plus, the pilots would have headset helmets and thing. You wouldn't hear it. They wouldn't hear it. So these are things like visuals and sound continuities that I notice, and I think, "Bloody hell, what? Why did they rush it? They didn't put effort into it. They rushed the fucking mix. They put random sound effects in the overhead speakers that don't make any sense. And it's just a complete incoherent fucking mess. Might as well just condense that fucking sound mix on top Maverick down to fucking mono. Make a theater mode on your processor, mono, and just fucking play it back as mono. Because it sounds fucking, it's a fucking mess.
Part of it is you have incredible subwoofers, but also the way you calibrated the system using Trinnov waveforming.
It has a bunch of advantages. One of them is it makes it so that every one of my seats has fairly similar bass. My rear row is almost right up advantages. One of them is it makes it so that every one of my seats has fairly similar bass.
Very similar bass. Very similar. That might be audible. What about the feel? That's why bass transducers, when they're fitted to seats, on my cinema seats, the way they're designed, the cinema seats, because they're all coupled together, and so bass sound is going to transmit from one seat over to the other, but it will dissipate slightly. That's why I got multiple bass shakers on the seats, on the seat buckets, so I could either attach it underneath the seat. I've only got one seat where it's attached on the inside of the seat. And I'd have to do all the other seats the same because of the character, but they still work. They still, give that, like, way I can describe it. Make a fist. If you're laying on your bed or laying in a seat that's flexible, like a rocker seat or something, and you do that, I feel it's like that vibration that I feel when going on a bus, and I feel the mechanical vibration. Melanie, come here. Come here. You're doing some weird shit now. Oh, whoa. What's going on? What's Bear doing? What are you doing, Bear? You're knocking things over. You spooked Melanie. Give it meow. Give it meow. Give it meow. Oh. Oh. Where'd you go, Mel? You still in there? Look at that. Yeah, the bear knocks over the Pepsi cans. Believe it or not, my cat Bear, his claws can pierce a Pepsi can. It's only thin type aluminium, but fucking hell, don't underestimate the flipping claws on a cat. You piss them off, I tell you, you're probably going to be down the hospital. They're probably going to say, "What happened to you? What brings you in?" My cat attacked me. Oh, I can see why. Yeah, they're pretty strong, they are, cats. Pain in the arse sometimes. They're like children that misbehave. You know? Yeah, he just knocked the whole pack of Pepsi on cans onto the floor. Dented the cans, some of them, a few of them got dented. No, none of them breached or anything. I watched. That shit soda goes everywhere, makes a mess. You see, when cats don't get what they want, they'll do to any measure. Buggers they are. Oh yeah, okay. So what's this more shit on the audio? Like some bossy.
My rear row is almost right up against the wall, which is it makes it so that every one of my seats has fairly similar bass. My rear row is almost right up against the wall, which is a big no-no. Really, it's because this room is too small for 2 rows. I just wanted it. So this is right up against the wall, which is a big no-no. Really, it's because this room is too small for 2 rows. Row is almost right up against the wall, which is a big no-no.
I can tell you what, Matthew. It's a big no-no there for your bloody back surrounds. Good blimey. This is allegedly an acoustic technician, you know. You got this bloody stupid piece of wood on the back wall that's supposed to diffuse sound or whatever. Oh well, that's like going down the timber yard and getting scrap pieces of wood very cheap and then coming home, doing a little cutting and gluing it down on a board. Oh dear, how much does that shit cost? Actually, you can just go hang around the building sites and you see what materials that the building sites are not going to be using, and they just throw it into the skip. It's going to go to the what's-it and get trashed, you know. You might as well say, can I have this? You know what they're going to say? Yeah, sure, take it. You can take a shitload home and you can utilize it for no extra much cost. All you got to do is just spend a little bit and you just, bam, you got something. Oh, wow. You can get bits of plasterboard and stick it together and such. You know, plasterboard's just a plaster mixed material that hardens, and then it's got paper on both sides. And it's got a certain density to it, you know. So if you were to put a speaker behind it directly, play some pink noise and hear how much sound comes through, yeah, I would say, yeah, it's a good logical thing to test the the efficiency of plasterboard or drywall. So you just sort of like put a speaker pretty close to it, be whether a speaker be free air attached or a speaker in a box pretty close. Then you put a microphone on the opposite side. Of course, you test it first without, and you know the frequency response is like this. You can see it on the RTA. Then you put it in line, and then you take another layer, put it sandwich that plasterboard, observe the pink noise and such. You could do a frequency sweep on it if you want to, but it's best to do it in pink noise real time. And then, or you could do the frequency sweeps to show the results, of course. And then you take another layer and another, and it just doubles and doubles and thickens until that SPL or that frequency response goes from like that, and it goes duh, 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 duh. How simple is that? Did Matthew Pose do a video where he just did my illustration? You know, because common sense now, everybody. If I didn't have my heart issues, I'd like to do this shit. I'd do it a lot more compatibly cheaper than what he's doing and all the rest of the competition out there, because I would get a kick out of it. I would enjoy it, and like to see someone have something that's pretty damn good and do it cheap. Of course, I will let them select the materials because it's their money at the end of the day, don't forget. I won't be going out buying the materials, but if I was, I'd be looking for the cheapest prices. But I would like to say, hey, if you want to do it, and you know, you get them at the cheaper prices because it's your money at the end of the day. And I would only charge just a little, just for my labor time because of my heart condition. Or, well, if I didn't have a heart condition, then I'll still charge a little, not grossly stinking, filthy rich, you know, just greedy. But yeah, that's how I would test the material. And other materials, MDF, bricks, you name it. Depends on what these materials and where they're going to go, and just use whatever materials and see what their properties are. It's an interesting way to test a speaker, that, with materials. I just made that shit up off the fly. Makes sense, that does. It really does make sense. And then, of course, testing the reverse and so forth, you know, to see how things with bass when it gets down to certain frequencies, and seeing which or how would be a problem and how to counter attack that problem. I don't think bass waveform is the total answer. I think because Trinov are not even shown a single fucking video where they've got their own demo room and they've actually shown an unedited video or live video, the whole process. All they show is this graphic illustration. It looks like it was designed by fucking Walt Disney, showing how this fucking waveform is moving through a computer, but not actually how it's interacting in a room, because that bass waveform, it doesn't know fuck all about your room. It doesn't know how thick the walls are, what the ceiling, how the ceiling is, what it's designed, or what the floor type is. Is it concrete? Is it wooden floor? Is it concrete with a wooden floor on a concrete wooden floor? It doesn't know any of that shit. It doesn't know any shit about the seating, because the seating also makes a difference with how bass travels around a room. You think you're feeling it sometimes in your chair, or, you know, it depends. But sometimes that bass is going around the room and going against the back of the seat. You got to put microphones underneath the seat, on the floor, you know, and measure the whole fucking thing. or think, I wonder if there's a way to cheat in this thing, bass waveform. I wonder if there's some way to cheating it. You see? Because I'd done sound mixing at college, and I think, okay, can I connect this and that together in this way? Whilst everyone else is doing it how Trinov should say you should do it, and I'll be thinking, I'll try this way, while everyone else is chasing their tail around the other way. I don't have identical subs at the front. Well, one in the middle of the room and one at the back of the room. They're the same model, the same design, but they're not spread out, because you should have two subs. That sounds like sensor round, doesn't it? One gigantic sub at the front on the floor, and then two smaller size ones in the corner of the auditoriums. Yeah, in the auditorium. That's a technique that's going back to the 1970s. And then Baby Boom, that's on channel 2 and 4 behind the screen. And then Close Encounters changed it from Star Wars with sub-separates, allegedly, from what I read, located on the floor. So it could switch to probably two fashions, going from the CP100 over to the CP200 and shit, and the design and everything, Otherwise, you look at some of the cluster speakers that are used behind some THX screens, fucking hell, 15 bass drivers, bloody hell. Most home theaters don't even have that behind their screen. And then you got the sub-bass array, or the, typically back in its day, in the THX days, would range from 2 to 4 to 6 to maybe 8. And then the specification changed years later to maybe up to 16, or some very rare sensor round announcements of Earthquake being announced for a very limited time. And then they bring in clusters of 20 or so more JBL subs, because they're no existing Sherwin Vega speakers that are around anymore. They either got trashed, or they're very few that are in private homes or such. Yeah. Otherwise, sensor round was a kind of pressure that I sensed, that it had a kind of forward-backward pressure movement. But I'm not sure exactly what's on the back of the sensor round mod 2. On the outputs, it's a very small unit with a lot of circuitry card inside. And is that tone that's been generated on the UHD the same as what was generated on the on the sensor round module unit? 25, 35, and 44 hertz. Because when you play it, you get this tone, sine wave tone, like generated. On the previous DVD, Blu-ray, it's like a pink noise effect. And I'm kind of confused with which is legit. Is it legit on the tones or the pink noise? I don't like what they've done with the rest of that fucking remix on that bullshit Atmos. Fucking atrocious. They only use music for the overhead surrounds. And no sound effects, no creativity. Total opportunity on that thrown out the fucking window. Whoever the fucking remixers were, they should be fucking fired. They should be working at Burger King for $1 take home for a fucking month. They don't fucking deserve. I have to listen to that shit and think, why have they enhanced these sound effects? Why have they put new sound effects? It fucking a mess. Distraction, it goes in the cat litter. But after observing but sometimes these tones they seem continuous, but sometimes they modulate differently. I've noticed that on the when analyzing on the Spectrum Lab on the THX monitor, and I've noticed that the modulation of the signals are slightly amplituding slightly differently sometimes, but 25, 35 and 44 hertz. Well, that seems simple. Fucking hell, I could generate those tones using Room EQ Wizard on the sound generator. Use the other disc of the Earthquake that's not being fucked around with too much of these new sound effects. And just, it's a case of, oh gosh, I've got to buy something. Oh my fuck's sakes. You always got to buy something. I've got to buy something so I can record and put a time code and play it. So the moment I start the disc on the player, it goes to a time code on the WASIT, and in a specific time on the film, it will generate the tones, or the tones will be played back, because I got to record those tones in real time on a generator. I got to do it through it and think, right, they're coming in at this time, this sequence, and I got to generate these 3 tones and do a little mixing on it by level adjusting and shit. And now I can throw that fucking UHD in the fucking dustbin outside, because it's terrible. It's a fucking terrible. What they could have kept the original sound mix and everything, but try and create by deconstructing all the rest of the sound effects. Like in Earthquake, where you see the interior scenes and the ceiling above coming away, breaking. You would hear sound up there, even though it's hard to tell with a real earthquake, what's going on. A lot of loudness. So, anyway, and they could have put below surround. So when that fucking ceiling gives way and comes crashing down to the floor, bam, it's going to hit the fucking floor and make a fucking loud sound. No if, no but, no debate, no voting on it. That's what it will fucking do. But there's the opportunity on Atmos was thrown out the fucking window. They created a fucking shitty abomination sound mix. Oh, fucking hell. What fucking Universal should have done was fucking made Mod 2 special editions that could be purchased, and then you could use it in the home to recreate exactly through 3 subs. One array at the front and 2 in the back corners. And you don't necessarily have to play it at the stupid SPL 120 dB. You can play it a little bit less. In fact, mostly airborne sound, I don't think you're going to be fucking hearing that in an earthquake. But like I say, these walls have fucking ears. Sound is going to transmit through it. It makes a sound. And mostly it's vibration moving around like that. Just like ocean waves. You go on a boat, suddenly it gets very wavy, and you start going all over the place like that. Same as an earthquake, because the ground is going this way, that way, this way, and it's entwining, and that's why the fucking ground looks all ripped apart. But does it sound at really 120 dB? I don't think so. I think it's a lot less. But it's the amount of shaking and vibration that does the fucking disruption. That's the whole purpose of an earthquake. Otherwise, the Chinese fear and its bragging, putting a fucking net up. Sound waves are just going to build up into the corners or wherever above that ceiling, because they hadn't put microphones up back then and tested. You think, crikey, there's quite a bit of build up because of the wavelength's going to travel, and it's going to build up the dB level, and it's going to cause a problem eventually. You know, that guy with 150 dB in his basement, eventually, he's going to have the ceiling maybe collapsing on top of him, or something's going to give or break, or he's going to, that'll be his fault, but yeah. If you want 150 dB air pressure or going in your ear canal, and then eventually it's going to rupture your ear, and you're going to be deaf. Bass shakers, bass transducers, yeah, I think they're the answers sometimes. It's amazing how much detail sometimes, because if you put your hand on a bass driver, you feel all that energy. You take your hand away from it, you're decoupling. A bit of patience and such. You can use certain devices and your subs a few subs at the front, a few at the back, and just use some DSP processing and do some multiple microphone placements and so forth and technique, until you get something where the tone seems like you can move around the room and it stays at, say, well, even if I generate 20 hertz in my room and walk around the room, it stays pretty much the same level. It deviates a tiny fraction. Go to something like 35 and it's got too much deviation. Go to 40 hertz. Oh, it deviates quite a bit. You play a sine wave tone where headphones, you could walk around the room and that tone doesn't change. It stays the same because the headphones are not going airborne out into the room. Play a sine wave tone on a bass shaker, it stays the same. Doesn't change. It's, even though it's still a transducer and it's coupled to a seating or whatever, it will become audible. But when you're sat near to it, it stays consistently the same. Put in speakers behind the seat. You go through the sine wave tones, they stay pretty close. They don't change too much. But when you got back row seat and you got other people want to sit in the back row seat, and you got this fucking sub bass box in front, fucking hell, it doesn't give much leg room now, does it? And you spent how much money and you just got this fucking thing in the way. It's best to do a little bit of, you get a bit of bass on the sub bass, LFE, baby boom, and then use some of the rest with bass shakers. If the bass shaker thing, transducers, fucking existed back in the 1970s, I wouldn't end up with fucking tinnitus. Honestly, 120 dB, is that fucking necessary? I played 120 years ago with Earthquake in the room. And I could barely fucking tolerate it. It just seemed fucking unnatural. And it made my ears ring a little bit. Was it worth it? No. Oh, had I had transducers back then, fucking hell, that would have been great, especially on a wooden floor. Fit them to the joists, fit them to the underboards, make it secure so they don't rattle or buzz too much, because they will eventually rattle and buzz. That's how buses occasionally you feel the rattle, buzzes and reverberations, and the bass signals seem to be moving like this. Everything seems to be moving like that, rather than that. In a typical home theatre system, dubbing stage, it's doing that sort of shit and not that. I'll just say out fucking that, because I like the information. It's all about the information. You could use frequency dividing crossover networks. Take the, mind you need quite a few second-hand ones on eBay, Behringer DCXs, because they're the only affordable ones. All the other versions, DBX, are out there. They're a bit fucking overrated and they're a little bit more expensive. Any case, if you were to divide, this is a theory of mine, if you were to divide the surround signals into subs, so you've got subarrays fitted specifically maybe in the floor, and divide the frequencies up into groups. So you got very sharp 48 dB. That's about the only highest filter on the DCX. But you don't put the crossover slopes to the next sub, so that, you put a little gap, so you dial some of the frequency so you don't get too much crosstalk, so to speak. That's just a test. And then I would say applying a time delay, very specifically trial and error, so that the time delay will give, in some possible way, an appearance of stereo, but it wouldn't be really legitimate stereo. It would only seem that way. It's like if I want to create Alien, the mono discrete surround, not many home theaters can do this or even tried this. I'm the only one, because I did sound mixing at college 20 years ago. So so you got the mono surround. It sounds like mono, but if I wanted to give it like a stereo, like, it's just like pseudo, what do they call that, pseudo. I've got an AVR up there. It's a very cheap Pioneer, like a simulated stereo, and it's just basically putting a time delay on one channel, and when you listen to it, it sounds like stereo, only you don't hear pannings. It just sounds like that. And so what we'll do is put a time delay on one side of the surrounds in the room, and when I listen to it, it sounds like stereo, even though that mono discrete on Alien is total mono discrete. I could do it on the Dolby Stereo Matrix mono surround, and it would give it a kind of stereo effect. Unlike that sort of thing with, what's he call it, the THX decorrelation, because there was some skeptical things going around many years ago in the magazine Mapling Electronics. What were they actually using? Sounds like they're using this, or sound like they're using that. Proprietary technology. It's top secret, boys and girls. But when listening to it with pink noise, it sounds like a hand sawing effect, like a And it basically, it sounds like it's shuffling one side of the surround and shuffling it. And you get this kind of like, you could play the TIE fighters in the bloody Empire Strikes Back, but they never sound like they're in the same place twice because it's shuffling. And it always gives an illusion like the TIE fighter, oh, it sounds like it's moving over that side or it's moving over this side because it's shuffling. Interesting to know what circuitry they're actually using. I wouldn't mind to know if it's something I could, or you could, that might be on some PA outboard equipment that you can just buy cheap and then just fit it in the rack. Otherwise, sticking a time delay, and I've got to put a time delay of at least 70 to maybe about 90 milliseconds, and it give a kind of stereo effect, but it's not stereo. It just seems that way. So if I'd had it going on, would it make the surround low frequencies in an array? Would it make it do that? Takes a lot of engineering to to DIY that into a home theater system. A lot of trial and error, and maybe too much error, maybe too many fails. Because you got to actually go out on a bus and experience the fucking thing and then think, how the fuck do I get that into the home? Because I can talk about it and you'd be thinking, huh? What? Huh? You go in your car, so it's a totally different thing. Go on a bus and you think, fucking hell. It travels along the bus, the back, the rear, fucking hell. And you think, how do I get that? I know there's one part of the road when I go on the bus and it's going along the road and it's like fucking Romans could have built a better fucking road than that. Fucking hell. Because the fucking road is so fucking bowed and at an angle. And when the bus is going along it, the fucking vibration and the rattling, it's too much. Too fucking much. Why didn't the council fix that fucking road? You go along other road surface and it's a bit more smoother. Fucking hell. I wouldn't be surprised if a fucking pothole fucking opened up and a fucking sinkhole fucking opened up in the road suddenly. And the bus goes down into the fucking sinkhole. Oh, yeah. It's cheap to go on a bus than it is a fucking taxi. You get an all-day ticket, you can go on that bus, that bus, that bus, and that bus to get to your destination A and B. 4 buses I take to get to my fish and chips. £5 or something. If that was a taxi going out and coming back, it's probably going to be near £50. And I could stay on that fucking bus all day fucking long. I can go on in the early morning, all day ticket, and I could stay on that bus going around in circles until, fucking taxi, fucking that would be fucking hundreds. Plus the taxi's got to stop at a petrol station and refuel. Well, maybe depends on how far it's going, but anyway, you get my point now, don't you? You get my understandable meaning. You only need a taxi only if and when it is absolutely fucking necessary. I'll probably be selling something soon, and I'll probably have to use a taxi just to get me up the road because the fucking weight of the fucking thing. Yeah, so it's like fucking taxi waiting outside because I've got to have it weighed and such. And then once that's weighed and certified and ready, and then I can post it. Otherwise, a bus goes up the road. I could get a bus and that'd be cheap. Get a return ticket, it'd take me up and then bring me back. But I've got to come back on that same bus number and waiting around, 30 minutes until the next one comes around. So that's usually the cycle on the, and then as it gets a little bit into the day, the cycle gets a little less on the routes, how many they have on the route and so forth. Yeah. Or I get an all-day ticket and think, fuck it, it's only £5. Fucking hell, if it were a taxi, just to go up the road, fucking hell, it's going to be probably £10 fucking pound. £20. 10 up, 10 back. What the fuck? And they really do take the piss, they do, taxi drivers. They honestly take the fucking piss. Sometimes they're driving so fucking slow, just so the fucking meter can fucking run the fucking money up. Fucking vultures. Oh, they're doing it. Fucking vultures, they are. I can tell you this. NASA on a planet outside of our human lifespan fucking range. I can tell you this, there won't be any fucking taxi service or buses on that planet. That's why I got a high intelligence. Fucking load of bullshit, I tell you. Fucking snake oil fucking around today. I need fucking wings to fly above it. I always thought the snake oil was what the fuck. But now, when there's someone rambling on it, fucking audio science review, it makes me laugh my ass off. Why some idiot would want to buy fucking cables costing stupid a fucking amount of money? Because they're rich, they're snobby, and they think, oh, if it's expensive, it must be quality. Fucking hell. What a bunch of dimwits. Oh. Go back to this. This is so fucking.
Really, it's because this room is too small for 2 rows. I just wanted it. So this right up against the wall, which is a big no-no. Really, it's because this room is too small for 2 rows. I just wanted it. So this.
What do you mean 2 rows? I got 2 rows in mine. I got the same seats, 6 seats in my home, in my THX cinema. But Matthew Post, he can't say THX. No, you haven't got the real thing. I got the real thing in my home. Oh, the legit, the classic THX 3417. Not many of them are going around on eBay now. They've become a little scarce. Fucking hell, you get everyone was going on about the THX back in the days on the rambling on the fucking AVS forum in the fucking 2000s, rambling about it. But most people probably heard THX. Oh yeah, it's Star Wars. But it's great for other Star Trek movies, you know. Well, you probably heard of the THX Theatre Alignment Program, the TAP. Oh, wow. Quality, fucking insurance, fucking hell. That's no exaggeration. Now, today in cinemas, some cinemas try to kind of make themselves sound like THX, but they're not. They're nowhere near or close to what I fucking experienced 36 years ago. Oh.
allowed me to have 2 rows of good bass. The other thing is, like you said, incredible subwoofers with a system that optimizes the performance of those to work cohesively together. And I have a floating floor, which allows a much more visceral experience. It's like 4D, it's like somebody's blowing a fan on you. Like the bass movement, if you will, is enough. The cone movement is enough to actually do things like the bass movement, if you will, experience. It's like 4D,
Well, that's not a no-brainer. I could put a floating floor on my room. The only thing is, his room, it's got a higher ceiling. It's not going to be much of a big deal because our feet and our height and such. We're not Spider-Man. We're not going to be climbing around on the fucking ceiling now, are we? But I've only got a shallow, it's only 7 foot 8 inches from floor to ceiling. I'd put something so thick and on the floor, I'm going to lose a few inches, several inches of headroom. Not that I'm touching the ceiling, mind you, but if I tiptoe and stretch out, I'll be able to just touch the ceiling. I had one person one time, he said, I'm rather tall. I said, what do you mean? Because I wanted someone to come around and do some woodwork. I didn't eventually go through with the woodwork thing, but he wanted to come around and measure and evaluate, and then we'll see if I want to go with the thing. I can't remember what it was I wanted built, whether it was a baffle wall years ago or if it was something else. And he said he was tall. I said, what do you mean tall? I'm like 7 foot on the phone. He comes round. I said, oh my goodness gracious me, this guy is tall. Fucking hell. Oh. Yeah, he only has to reach out a little bit and touch the ceiling. Oh dear. It's very rare you see people that are very tall. 7 foot. Oh dear. Yeah, so I'll just lose headroom in the seat, Would it make a problem with overhead speakers? Bullshit. No. Anyone says so on AVS forum is bullshitting. You get any of these sound mixer, that film mixer guy, was it Mark Fishman? Sound mixer on bloody Audio Science Review. I sussed him out a few weeks ago. I thought, this guy's that guy on on the fucking film mixer guy on bloody AVS forum. Because the attitude he was giving someone else, another member, and giving them attitude. And I thought, I'll just step in and put blah, blah, blah. And I gave a heads up for this person and said, it's this guy, and he knew of him. And I thought, oh, fuck, I'll put him on the ignore list. He was just like trying to manipulate the minds of people. It's just basically he's got a comfortable lifestyle, but probably the money he makes on a dub stage, and just trying to think we could use that to keep this bullshit atmos going. Wow, is that their bread and butter? Atmos? Can I spread butter on the underside of the bread so it's below surround butter? I want to put it on the top side on the underside, and then put it in the frying pan and have a fried bread. Oh, I'm skeptical. Whether it's fancy, clever electronics, because at the end of the day, nature itself cannot be fooled.
It's like somebody's blowing a fan on you, which allows a much more visceral experience. It's like 4D. It's like somebody's blowing a fan on you,
Yeah, well, that's easy to get materials. Rubber rubber matting, lay it down on the floor, do it very cheap, and put a few bits of the wood there, and then put another layer on top. Or depending on the height of the ceiling, I would go down, look for some of those suspension springs that are used for cars, because they could take quite a bit of tonnage of, and then just cut the with an angle grinder and just cut them into a certain size, because the spring would only need to be a certain, and then just fit them to the floor and then put the wasset on top, and then it's a floating floor. Pretty cheap, pretty simple. That's what I would use. That's what they kind of use in those other dubbing staging things. They use very big, thick springs, so slight springs that could take quite a bit of tonnage in the weight, and the floor that they got on top, I think, might be a type of very thin type concrete. I mean, you see the videos in that Oro 3D theatre thing, and they go underneath it. Well, no way would I, because that would creep me out. Because you've got a ton of fucking weight on top, and if something gives way, that's going to come and that's going to sandwich you. You're going to be a sandwich. But yeah, got to sometimes put some bit of faith in engineering, I suppose. That's what I would use. Springs. Yeah, I suppose when you jump up and down on it, you probably feel it a little bit, but when you're walking averagely, you wouldn't notice it, even though the only purpose for that sort of thing is to isolate from road surface vibrations that might be nearby, motorways or such, and there's very mild but mild vibration. That's the only reason why. But homes, I don't even think the cinema multiplex downtown, or even Tower Park originally, that didn't have that. That's just concrete floor, period. There's no floating floor underneath, it's just concrete. But as to talking about concrete versus wood and the stupid absurdity, what they did with Empire Cinemas years ago when they took over UCI Cinemas, and they spent $8 million on a refit. I haven't gone through all the auditoriums, the original ones downstairs, but screen 5 and 6 that I've been into most times, because they're the larger auditoria, and they put wooden floor on the concrete, and it's touching more or less the side walls. What happens there? You don't just hear the fucking next auditorium audibly. You can fucking feel it going through, transmitting through the fucking wooden floor. Talk about a fucking major fucking distraction. You're not hearing a fucking feeling the fucking Avengers Marvel shit in the next fucking auditorium on top of Titanic. Fucking hell. What fucking idiot fucking... Did even put a fucking air gap or such, so it's not touching the fucking wall. Because the wall, basically, with low free, it's still acting like a diaphragm. My walls would, in my kitchen. I could play boom, 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 and I put my hand against the wall. It feels like the wall's kind of flexing like that, but it's not. It's just acting like a diaphragm. If the wall was fucking doing that, the wall wouldn't be fucking standing. It will fucking collapse. But it acts like a diaphragm. Fucking hell. I'll never go back to that fucking cinema complex again. It's going to be taken over by View, because Cineworld, they're kind of dying out, Cineworld. View's going to take it over. They say they're getting it up and running and blah blah. I couldn't give a shit. Those the construction at that complex was only really designed for a 90 dB. And they're playing the fucking movies in those fucking auditoriums now, fucking near to over 100. And you just hear the fucking sound bleeding through the fucking walls. You should only hear a tiny percentage every now and then. But now it's like that. Yeah, maybe if they put bass shakers in all the fucking seats and shit, and then they can lower down the SBL on the subs just a little bit, and you still get like, and it's like fucking hell, you know. And if they could design the floor and put bass shakers in the floor as well, so when you sat standing up, you still feel it in the floor. You feel it traveling through your body. Just as when you're in the seat, you feel it traveling through your body. When you stand up, you're decoupling your body from the seat. You don't feel it anymore. You hear it, but you don't feel it. You can walk around, but you feel yourself. That's how sound works. Oh, maybe I should be an integrator. At least I'll be an integrator that wouldn't bullshit a client. Like some of these other, what the fuck is that fucking guy in the integrator? You usually see him in these seedier shows with all these fucking Trinovs and shit. He's got long hair. He looks like a hippie from the 1960s, but I don't think he lived the 60s, actually. And he goes into a ramble of like trying to compare a Trinov with luxury chefs cooking a fucking meal or fucking expensive Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Oh, fucking hell. He's only in for that shit. They did a YouTube channel on YouTube. There's 4 of these guys. And they will say they're going to be doing more videos, but I think with some of the feedback they were getting, the negative feedback, they just kind of frizzled out and disappeared. I've seen one of their designs for some home theatre, a home cinema in the UK, and thinking, what the fuck? Why are these wooden beams in the way of the speakers? The sound from the high frequencies or even some bass mid frequencies are going to reflect onto those wooden beams and cause a reflection going straight back and cause anomalies. And so when you do the pink noise testing, you're going to have these weird fucking sounds going on because you put an object in front of a speaker while it's playing tones, certain frequency tones. It's going to make a different sound because it's reflecting onto a surface straight in front of those speakers. Should have sight line freely going out into the room, no obstructions in its path. And I've seen some very poorly, I had to change my projection screen because I had a bar going down the middle of the screen and it was in front of the center channel. And it was always creating a very weird sound. Not on the bass, didn't notice it, but on the HF, yes. And the center bar is to keep the screen tight. And so I thought, well, okay, fuck it. I'll just get some aluminium, cut it to size, and then move the other piece of aluminium and just put 2 bars so they're between the center and the left center and the right center. They're not in any way close near to the HF horns, so they're spread apart. Otherwise, you don't see projection screens like that in cinemas. There's nothing in the way to obstruct. And I've seen some other guy that put his baffle wall or whatever, but it's not totally filled in. So he's going to have sound partly going with low frequencies or such, going into these little voids around his little dinky speakers. What are they? Some overrated Perline or Perseus fucking speaker. I don't know what fucking type. fucking overrated, overpriced, and it's just going to get sound going into these voids. That's not how a baffle wall's built. It's supposed to cover that bass driver very tightly, and then you got the HF horn that sticks out through the baffle, and you got to fill all that round, you know, and then you cover that with that material that's usually used on water pipes. It's a fabric that goes round the water pipe. It's very common material. It's kind of got a spongy feel to it, and you just put a few layers of that on the baffle wall to prevent high frequency sound zigzagging and bouncing off the parallel untreated surface, and it just doubles the sound of the high frequency, makes it a little bit because you want that sound directly coming from the HF, not bouncing around behind the screen. That's what Tom Holman discovered just by observing, sticking his head behind the screen and just hearing with your ear and thinking, what's going on here? Probably took measurement readings and then put the material on, took measurement readings again and noticed the change in the result. In actual fact, baffle wall has been around for, I think someone came up and invented it, or, well, kind of the concept, I think around the 1970s. And so it's just taking that a little bit and then just applying a little bit more to it to improve it. Otherwise, it's just wood and plasterboard or wood and MDF. Or you could build it with bricks. Probably cost a shitload. Because building a full baffle wall in a large auditorium with plasterboard, and you got to build several layers to make it thick. Can't just use one layer. Might get away with that in the home, but probably recommend several layers to make it thick, because you're going to be playing quite a bit of bass behind that bloody screen. Yeah, doesn't cost much. Doesn't cost much to do something like that at home. You know, a cinema, it would cost fucking thousands. Home, probably a few hundred. Because when you got speakers like in free space, nothing there, sound's going to bounce around and move around, and it has these weird, you know, when you got a barrier wall, it keeps it kind of sort of smooth, so to speak, so you don't get these jumps in the sound, so to speak, because it's going into a void and then coming out that void instantaneously. Use a piece of cardboard, for example. You put two speakers side by side, listen to them, and put a piece of cardboard in between it with a piece of absorbent material, very cheap, something, you know, and then observe again. Wow, night and day. Build it with timber and plasterboard, lots of screws, and you're set. I hear airplanes outside, they're taking off. But I hear them only from the window. I know they're over in that direction, going that way. But I hear it like mono. I don't hear it like a stereo, but I only hear it like a mono because of the way the sound reflects. And I just hear these pitches in the frequency. Actually, I think the best sound I heard yesterday was at the Chess Fred in the fish and chip restaurant. There was this low frequency. I'm going to observe it on my video later. maybe today I'll go and monitor it and see what the frequency is, because I think it was between 30 and 40 hertz, and it had this kind of circulating effect. It's the extractor they're using. It they turn it on every now and then, and it's got this very low frequency. You can't feel it, you can hear it. But even though I was putting my hand on a window that was near to me and on the table, I was trying to see if I can notice any vibration from it, because the way it was, it had to be cause some sort of vibration. But I didn't notice it. Maybe if I got nearer to it, probably would, because there's a moving mechanical thing inside, isn't there? And then the frequency it generates. Yeah. And it seemed like it was in one position. I like going on a crappy dubbing fucking stage, fucking cinema, fucking crappy home cinema with, and you got this bass that's only coming from unrealistically, because bass could come out from any direction in reality. If I'm depressing anyone or making anyone think, oh yeah, you got a brilliant understanding of logic, why, thank you very much. It's just too bad most people probably don't notice it. There's only very few that would. And this has got a big hobby of people, But I don't think I've heard an Atmos fucking mix where the bass is coming out from a specific speaker in the pan through or whatever fucking the shit in the fucking, out of 32 bloody speakers. Oh, for crying out. My cat Bear has got some attitude. And what time is it? It's getting near my medication. I might as well take my medication now. Oh. What are you doing, Bear? What are you doing? Melanie, get off of there. Melanie, get down. Melanie. Come there. Oh, right. Oh. Oh, for God's sakes. Oh, fuck's sakes. Oh. Too much pressure. Too much pressure. Oh. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, I can breathe. Bloody hell. Oh, for crying out loud. What the fuck? They're gonna fucking bust those fucking Pepsi cans. Will you stop it? Melanie. Oh, over there. Come on. Fucking stop it. Annoying little girl you are. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, cats can be annoying. Oh, they can be annoying. Oh. Fucking unreal. Steven Seagal, you motherfucker. Oh. 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 Fucking hell. I had to move the Pepsi cans elsewhere. I only put so many in the fridge. But, Melanie, she's at it. They're knocking the cans on the floor and they're all dented. I'm surprised they haven't fucking exploded. Oh. Cats can be fucking pain in the arse sometimes. They're only nice when they're mellow and relax. But, you know, when they don't get what they fucking want, they'll fucking disrupt your fucking home. They'll fucking wreck your home. It's amazing. A small, you know, can you imagine a big cat? Fucking hell. Well, probably eat you. Okay, now I gotta tend to my cats in the morning. I'm a servant. That's what I am. I'm a servant. I've got to be service to them. Service. Oh, Mel, stop. Come on. Come on, Mel. Oh. Cats, they like boxes. They do like boxes. Yeah, I had the Pepsi there, and I moved it over there. They're all cans are all fucking out. Surprised that didn't explode. And that means fucking it will go everywhere. I've got to fucking clean everything down. It'll go every fucking where. Oh, he likes boxes. Don't you, Bear? Meow? You're not into meowing, are you? Alright, I'll let you relax in your box. What the fuck? Melanie? Okay, now she's after the fucking soup. Fuck's sakes, I gotta do some shit. Melanie. Melanie, come on, go. Come on, Melanie. Oh, life with cats. Oh. I've got to relax now. Man, my heart condition. Fucking hell. Oh, I can ramble about fucking sound for hours. How many hours have we been doing the stream? Fucking 5 hours. Fucking hell, Audiolics Gene to Seller. What? Fucking hell, that video with, bloody hell, what is this? 20 minutes? Come on. There's some more on this fucking.
Which allows a much more visceral experience. It's like 4D, you know.
Oh, it's like 4D. I got the 4D in the home. I got the 4D with the video projector. I just put the smoke machine on and I get the light beams, you know, like you do in the projection days where it's cigarette smoking. You see the light beams. Usually, sometimes you can't still see that sort of thing, because there is a density of dust that's moving around the room. And so you're going to see it in the projection light. If probably going outside, how much is there dust floating around outside? Well, if it's inside, it must be outside. I think the only way you can see that is with a laser. Say, like, you know, if it's a clear night, no mist, no vapor in the air or such, you put a laser, you still see a laser. But usually when you look at it at a certain axis, a certain angle, you'd see all this little sprinkly stuff moving around. You think it's like pixie dust, but no, it's dust or something moving around. Oh, yeah. It's like one of those home theatre things in those Cedia shows or whatever I saw. And I thought, fucking hell, I could see the projection going, the light, but the shit amount of dust I can see in that room moving around, there was a shitload of it. I think when I usually, you know, in mine, I see a minimum, but there was a shitload in, because it's on one of these floor things, isn't it? And they just build these boxes, don't they? And there's probably a shitload of dust moving around in that. I thought the extractors and all that, you know, it's not like you go into a fucking white room for fucking computer science and shit or whatever, and it's all that shit sucked out, and you wear a white suit and everything, and there's absolute zero dust.
You know, it's like somebody's blowing a fan on you. Like the base movement, if you will, is enough. The cone movement is enough to actually do things like blow your hair. So yeah, you pointed that out, and I've certainly experienced it as well, to the point where I'm like, did the air just kick on? What's going on?
Well, the difference from
and I've certainly experienced it as well, to the point where I'm like, did the air just kick on? What's going on?
Well, the difference from going to streaming to Kaleidoscape, we talked about this in other videos. Huge difference when you're aiming to Kaleidoscape. We talked about this in other videos. Huge difference when you're, especially with a system like this. The dogfight scenes were so much more engaging. You really felt like you were in the cockpit with Tom Cruise. Fight scenes were so much more engaging. You really felt like you were in the cockpit with Tom Cruise.
I'd rather not be in the top cockpit with his cock in his pit, bloody Tom Cruise. No, thank you very much. Probably get my dick up my arse. No. You can always glue a dildo to a bass transducer and shove it up your ass. Feel the bass.
All the stuff, all the firing around you, it was just a sound bubble, for lack of a better term. When people talk about that immersive firing around you, it was just a sound bubble, for lack of it, with Tom Cruise. All the stuff, all the firing around you, it was just a sound bubble, for
a sound bubble? I don't hear any bubbles in my system. Fucking hell, I must be doing something wrong if I'm not getting bubbles. A bubble is a spear, whether it's very liquid mixed up and blow it through straw and you get bubbles. Is it like that? And it'd be like objects moving around. You know, only guess what? They're in more better three dimensionality, because they're going to fall down to the floor and go. Why do people always say bullshit this with people on YouTube, bubbles and shit. Oh my goodness, the absurdity is just so fucking laughable, really. It's not a bubble. Why not just use some other vocabulary of, but not bullshit, please.
For lack of a better term, when people talk about that immersive bubble, that's what I heard listening to Top Gun in the money seat. And I moved around and I felt like it was very consistent. And that's part of the advantages of the per-listen system.
What a load of bullshit Gene DeSella is saying that. Utter bullshit. Otherwise, wouldn't you be able to put out a sine wave in Matthew's room or a pink noise? And guess what? It's going to sound like a bubble. What a load of bullshit. Actually, try and put a bubble round a speaker and then have a microphone to see if there's any frequency response difference in the frequency sweep. I wouldn't say it's impossible. I would just say it's extremely difficult to get a very large bubble to go even around a small speaker, that is. Because it's a liquid and it's got a certain property to it, it can only sustain so long until it pop goes, you know, and you got to do another one. Or try and get a large balloon and then inflate it around a speaker. A small speaker, man, a small speaker, but yeah, it's difficult to get a balloon stretched around. Because you tear it and it'll rip, and you got to get a balloon of a certain size where you can stretch, you know, and then get it round the speaker and then inflate it. Otherwise, stop saying spears and bubbles, please. Bloody hell.
System because of the DPC.
Such bullshit marketing.
Array and the fact that they have such control of their sound, the way it sprays in the room, and the array and the fact that they have such control of their sound, the way it sprays in the room.
What is Gene talking about? Sprays? Sprays? What, like one of those water things that you know, puts a spray mist? You think of that. You think of the dispersion and, you know, the way that goes out, and you always do it, and it goes out, and then suddenly it descends because of gravity. What was he talking about? A spray? Anything here to sell these fucking speakers, really, honestly. The stupid price they are. Go on eBay and get some fucking JBL motion picture loudspeakers. Cheap, secondhand, fucking hell. Our hearing response is shit as it is. Okay? Go and get one of those, for fuck's sake, and you play to the fucking blue in the face. Really. You don't need to buy shit like this just because it's fucking overpriced.
And the dynamics and the clarity, such control of their sound, the way it sprays in the room, and the dynamics and the clarity, it really takes it to the next level, whether you're listening.
The next level. That's like wanking off, isn't it? Oh, come on.
At low. But what I notice about per-listen speakers is they sound...
Oh, per-listen. They sound like pearls, like you get in fucking seashells.
better as you turn them up.
I mean, not that they sound bad when they're turned down, but I do feel like there's most speakers, actually, when you turn them up, all you're starting to hear is the compression and distortion.
They misbehave.
These speakers have so much dynamic range that they typically, especially like this is too much speaker for this room.
Yeah.
Which speakers have so much dynamic range that they typically, especially like this is too much speaker for this room.
Behave.
These speakers have so much dynamic range that they typically, especially like this is too much speaker for this room.
Yeah.
Which I'm not against. So when you turn it up, there's just so much. This is too much speaker for this room.
Yeah.
Which I'm not against. So
yeah, you're not against. You know why? Typical ego.
when you turn it up, there's just so much headroom there that just the
Max headroom? Headroom, max headroom.
experience becomes more real. And you're just so far away from the upper limits of what the speakers can do that by the time you are hitting that point where they're distorting and compressing, it's too loud. Like you just would be can do that by the time you are hitting that point where they're distorting and compressing, it's too loud.
He wouldn't know what loud is if it fell on top of him. When you hear these soundtracks, you know, with people yelling and that's not at the actual level. You actually set up your RTA analyzer, your microphone, blah, 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 yeah, SPL meter, and go, you know, I mean, like, you'll be reaching near to 100 dB. And then you're going to be thinking, fucking hell, I didn't like the sound of that. And I tell you, just because you're not putting your hands around you, and then you do that, and then yell again, you're going to be like, because it's going to be adding an extra dB down your ear canal, and it's going to be like, fucking hell, I didn't like that. It's good to have a recording, okay, that's, you know, you go back to, oh gosh, you go back donkey years where people were yelling in movies and all that. It had a certain dynamic, it had a certain distortion on it because of the techniques of technologies. And you go forward and you get a little bit, you know, better clarities. But yeah, I don't particularly care to, you know, you watch that shitty Mission Impossible movie, the first one, where he's on the train and he's just hooked up the helicopter to the train, so now it's on a tether and it's pulling the train's pulling the helicopter, and he goes like that. Yeah, doesn't sound very realistic in the sound mix, you know. It sounds like that, even though you got this loudness of the train sort of thing. But is that really the loudness of the train? Because if you're in the scene and you're suspended above the action, that is the audience, you're suspended, you're not coupled with the train in certain scenes. You'll be pushing through air. You'll be pulled through air, and you would just hear this air rush. I think there's a lot of things sometimes mixers, they just think it might be like this, but they've probably not actually gone out in the field and actually tried it firsthand to see what it actually is like. And they're just assuming. Because it's absurd when the scene where they're in the tunnel and then he gets the chewing gum and then sticks it on the helicopter, and then you got this bloody loud clarity of dialogue in the mixing, lower down the other sound effects, and then you got this yelling sound of dialogue. Like, that doesn't make sense. What a fucking mess that movie is. Plus the stereo surrounds on that sound a bit iffy. They do sound a little bit weird and distracting on that Mission Impossible. So it's not a creme de la creme. It's a bit distracting. If you listen to the surrounds when they're in the air vent, going into that vault thing, you listen to it when it's in the air vent thing itself, it's got a very odd mixing technique, and it's a little distracting. And I was thinking, oh, well, how could I make this better? Only it's going to be specific for this movie, but it's not going to work all the time because I would have to have it working on and off during the scene. Otherwise, the rest of the other stereo surrounds that are working that seem okay, but it's just some scene in it, it just seems out of place. It's like distracting. It doesn't sound natural on the ears. If you're in an air vent, it should be a uniform sound, and they got too much discrete sound going over to the left, right, and it sounds very weird, off balance. So that's for those that that don't know, but you do know now. You go and listen to it. You think, you're absolutely right. Of course I'm fucking right. You know, fucking Aliens fucking sounds damn good. That should really have a shitload of blow surround going on with it. Ah, yeah. Hmm.
Like you just would be uncomfortable to be in the room. So yeah, playing loud movies sounds good.
That's the one thing.
It's too loud. Like you just would be uncomfortable to be in the room. So yeah, playing loud movies sounds good. It's too loud. Like you just would be uncomfortable to be in the room. So yeah, playing loud movies sounds good.
That's the one thing I noticed when you have a speaker system that has great dynamics is when you turn it up, you don't even realize how loud you're listening because it's not compressing. It's not jarring to your ear like a PA system or when you go to a nightclub and you're in a loud environment like that. It's not jarring to your ear like a PA system or when you go to a nightclub and you're in a loud environment like that. It's nothing like that at all. That's one thing I really admire about the brand. Gravity was another great demo. Why don't you give your experience on Gravity?
So even though it's an older film, it was one of the first Atmos mixes that I heard. And when I first heard that in a properly set up theater, what impressed me was the way that they did the mix, because they had voices that were coming from all around you because they're in space and they're floating around. And so they had the ability to take advantage of moving objects all around your head. And so they did that in that film in a really good way. So I re-downloaded the film on Kaleidoscape, which I hadn't watched it since it came out, basically, when I got the new speakers. And so we watched that as a demo. And I was just so impressed with Clooney's voice in particular, because it doesn't change from him being here in front of you to the side of you or overhead. But actually, that wasn't my experience before. I had noticed that there was some shift as it went overhead in past systems that I had done or heard. And this one, it now became more like you said, like a sound bubble. It's cohesive and done or heard. And this one, it now became more like you said, like a sound bubble. It's cohesive.
Oh God, why do they keep using this sound bubble and this fucking word cohesive? I've listened to that mix so many times, I got it completely fucking memorized. I knew Gravity, right, would win Best Sound, even before it was considered for nomination. I heard it in the trailer and I was thinking, wait a second, is that dialogue panning I'm hearing? Even though it was in Dolby Stereo Matrix, I'm thinking there in dialogue panning, move over there or moving across the screen, LCR, Pro Logic, that is, Pro Logic. And I was thinking, wow, this is going to win Best Sound. I was spot on. Because not many movies are bold enough to even do that, use that technique. You go back 1950s, 60s and such, you had a lot of movies that used directional dialogue panning, like check out Mad, It's a Mad World sort of thing. You got where you see all the positions of performers on screen. You got the voices over to the right, over to the left center, the right center, the left center, the left channel, but not in the surrounds, because it wasn't sort of common sort of practice back then to sort of put it in. It'd be very, very rare that you get dialogue sound that's panning into the surround. That sort of technique didn't really come around much until, probably 1980, late 80s, maybe 80, maybe 1990s, maybe 1990s. Say like Alien 3. You got voices, dialogue, panning, moving, and some in the stereo surrounds. And then you get a lapse where there's hardly any movies, and then you go a little bit forward years later, and you get something like Toy Story number 2, I think, when you get some dialogue panning in the stereo surrounds, whereas I think Toy Story 1, it was just dialogue panning across the screen channels. But it's very rare you'd get some sort of voice or dialogue sound or moving in the surrounds. And then you see the way everything is turning, moving, and they're choreographing all the dialogues to match the sort of continuity. Pretty nifty. Pretty nifty. Sound, the low ambient sound that's kind of moving is also in the background of the DME track. And you got the radio sounds, from the space shuttle. You got the radio sound communications, as if they're going out, transmitting, and the signals are just going out, but they would just go out and that way. They wouldn't do all that, but it was just clever technique for a 90-minute movie. I tell you, mate, it almost puts all the Star Wars and Star Trek movies to shame. Well, apart from you got that crappy Into Darkness with Captain Spunk and Kirk voice on the bloody overheads. We're going to the planet. The Klingons may attack us, and you got the voice moving around as if it's on PA speakers in the Enterprise, and they're hearing the sound. They got lots of speakers, and oh wow, they got to move the voice around. Usually the voice comes out from and just all the speakers all at the same time, not moving around. Yeah, first time I heard that in Atmos at the Empire Leicester Square, you know what it reminded me? It reminded me of Tower Park UCI. The overhead experimental. Where have I heard this before? And you hear it in the front row, because I saw Star Trek Darkness twice. Once in the front row to get a perspective on the sound, and also the screen size. Fucking hell. It put millionaire people's home theaters to shame. And then sit in the middle of the auditorium to get, so I get different ideas on, because it was first time, and, I hear some sales that are even down on the side surrounds, like they're even coming from a specific position somewhere down on the side. And it does the same on my system. Comes down, something down, I think, But it's a little bit more than that. I don't really care much for 64 speaker outputs. Plus, it'll be a lot more than that. It'll be a lot more. I think those output numbers should be utilized for below surround. But there's not enough, because it's like, how long is a piece of string? You got to think the size of the speaker that goes in the order on the dust stage to cinema, and dare try it maybe for the home. But everything with this meta fucking data, what the fuck was that? I thought meta was something to do with fucking Space 1999. That's meta. The meta signal. I've always liked to say, I can just take a fucking object, whatever it is, put it on the wall, a loudspeaker can't do that. No way can it. It's not possible. I mean, actually moving, but actually having clusters of speakers and then sound just, create atmospheric sound that's uniform but has a sort of movement, but it's very subtle. And then you got other sounds that might be going on in the background, and they got to be in specific positions to create a psychoacoustic continuity that makes fucking sense with what you're looking at on the visual of a front focal image projected in front of you. And then you just paint in the rest of the image. Don't need a fucking spear in Las fucking Vegas with a fucking echo fucking delay. How long is the fucking echo delay in that fucking auditorium? Fucking hell. Yeah, all those fucking concert bullshit YouTube, fucking videos and those other whatever else, and it's a fucking echo. You don't hear a fucking echo on the fucking soundtrack. if you listen on headphones, you don't hear it unless it's put unless there's an echo there for effects use only. But when you're gonna have an echo effect on a fucking soundtrack with a fucking annoying fucking echo in a oh dear, you're not even gonna notice it. You just notice this muddled up fucking dialogue and you think, fuck's sakes. Especially when dialogue is speaking at a fast rate and you don't give, it's not enough time there for pause for you to understand. It'd be like someone on the CB radio using a fucking echo chamber and they got it turned up way too much and it just makes the modulation unintelligible. God, fucking, I'll tell you, there is some shit around today that really gets under my skin. Really does.
And Clooney can basically move all around and it sounds like that. That was
Well, as long as George Clooney's not moving around with fucking cups of fucking coffee, I don't give a shit.
is a really good demo mix to show off how neutral and coherent these speakers are and how well they match with the mix to show off how neutral and coherent these speakers are and how.
Yeah, and the sad thing is how much do those speakers cost versus my JBL. And my JBL does the same exact thing. Only better. Because I get sounds that go in the middle and over there and yeah. Zigzag all over the ceiling. Oh yeah, I could put fucking 30 speakers on my ceiling if I wanted to. $30's nothing. $30's nothing. Fuck all. Actually, it's more than 30. What are you doing, little girl? What are you doing, little girl? What are you doing, little girl? Oh, you're purring. You don't meow much, do you now? No. Go up there, girl. Come on. No, that's not a scratching post. Come on. Meow. Oh. Cats are great climbers. They're great. They're great at climbing. She is going to wreck my home. Unlike Bear, a male, but I think a female cat is, and she's gradually getting a little bit bigger, but it's very subtle the change since I got her in May. I think it was May I got her. Yeah, she's got a little bit bigger, but very subtle. And she's slightly mellowing a little bit, but it's very subtle. 18 months, I need a full 18 months for your cat to mellow. Yeah, she's a very bossy girl. Well, soon she'll be a lady. She's not quite kitten anymore now. She's kind of, I would say cat. She's not quite kitten now. Oh, she's a bossy girl. Meow. Meow. What are you trying to wreck, Mel? What are you trying to wreck? At least I got her off of the habit of drinking Pepsi Cola. Oh yeah. Okay, now I had to take her to rehab. Yeah, there she is. She's sucking on bloody Pepsi Cola. I had to take her to rehab. She had an addiction to Pepsi, didn't you, Mel? Yeah, you got an addiction.
Well, they match with the others.
Well, another thing too is just listening to music in here, like Hans Zimmer, Night of Priestly, and this of Feel the Hall.
Room, it's well executed in a lot of ways. It's not perfect. You know, I still had budget issues. The dimension. It's a good room. It's well executed in a lot of ways. It's not perfect. You know, I still everything up to another dimension. It's a good room. It's well executed in a lot of ways. It's not perfect. It took everything up to another dimension. It's a good room. It's well executed in a lot of ways. It's not perfect. You know, I still had budget issues, but it's a good room. Adding those speakers allowed all these movies to just immerse you that much better.
And music.
And music. That's true. Yes. And that Zimmer is that's a really good.
Well, I'm done. I want to go do some more listening. I think you guys got the idea of how much we enjoyed this experience with ProListen and with the Kaleidoscape hardware and, of course, Trinnov waveforming. Experience with ProListen and with the Kaleidoscape hardware and, of course, Trinnov waveforming. This experience with ProListen and with the Kaleidoscape hardware and, of course, Trinnov waveforming. This experience with ProListen and with the Kaleidoscape hardware and, of course, Trinnov waveforming. This experience with ProListen and with the Kaleidoscape hardware.
Melanie. Can you go and relax, Mel? It's not hot weather, but you're making me move around. You're making me a bit warm. My body temperature's going up a bit high. Oh, can you feel that? Can you feel that? Oh, yes, she feels the air on the air conditioner. She's not curious like Bear is with an air conditioner. Bear is very curious on how it works.
Hardware and, of course, Trinnov waveforming. It's just beautiful. Kaleidoscape hardware and, of course, Trinnov waveforming. It's just beautiful. Kaleidoscape hardware and, of course, Trinnov waveforming. It's just.
I think Gene DeSella there doing that, just beautiful. I think that's a little bit snobby. Really, someone of his expertise should realize this is just a pack of electronics. It's immaterial. Beautiful. He's just trying to hypnotize you all with his stare look sometimes and just sort of like, yeah, you should buy this shit, you know. Melanie, come on.
with the kaleidoscope hardware and, of course, trim-up waveforming. It's just beautiful. Kaleidoscope hardware and, of course, trim-up waveforming. It's just beautiful. If you
This thing he's always doing, you know, like this. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Palpatine in Star Wars. Unlimited power. Oh dear. Fucking hell, I've been at this almost coming up to 6 hours. Fucking hell. I'm getting some fucking sleep. Enough of this shit. I'm out of it. Wang, wang, me.